Thank you.
YouTube stream is live.
Good morning. Due to COVID-19, Committee of Adjustment public hearings are being conducted virtually by electronic means through WebEx Webinar, an online digital platform, and streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel. Participants who have registered in advance will be able to make their presentations to the committee using WebEx, which is moderated by city staff. Anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. My name is Bruce Mullock, and the panelists this morning are Carl Nipfel, Zahir Bayat, Yim Chan, and Larry Clay. Participants who have registered in advance will be connecting via their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone. All participants will automatically be muted upon entry. When an item is called, each participant will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask that you also mute your devices until you are called on to speak. Today, Committee of Adjustment is offering attendees the option to appear by video. Those attendees that have registered in advance to attend by video will be temporarily upgraded to panelist when the item is being heard. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5 minutes. At all other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadlines. Members of the public and applicants are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. We acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. In accordance with Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990, as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning that apply to property, permission to extend or to alter lawful non-conforming uses, and finally, consents to sever property in order to create new lots. Anyone in attendance today who wants to receive a copy of the decision of the committee must submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address, because the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Body will be sending notifications and updates by email only. You may not agree with the decision of the committee. Decisions may be appealed to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, TLAB, or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. I will call each item in the order that it's listed on the agenda. When an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if so requested by the committee. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to committee. The committee may ask questions and or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. And I will comment to you when you are approaching the 5-minute mark. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address, and please remember to confine your remarks to the matters that are outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and may be asked to make a presentation to the committee. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised. In order to ensure that the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes, then individuals either in support of or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Committee members may ask questions of speakers after they have finished their presentations. When all the speakers are completed, the applicant or agent has the opportunity to rebut, but only to those issues that were raised by the speakers. And that will mark the end of discussion on that application. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, have the minutes of the last meeting been confirmed by members?
Good morning, Mr. Chair and committee members. Yes, August the 17th as well as August the 24th.
Thank you very much. Let's handle both those sets of minutes then in one motion. I'll look to someone for a motion to adopt those minutes. Motion by Mr. Byatt, seconded Mr. Nipfel. All those in favor, please show of hands. Motion carried unanimously. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, are there any declarations? Oh, pardon me. Are there, of anyone, staff or panelists, any declarations of interest for items in this first time slot? Seeing none, Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, have you received any requests for deferral?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. Item number 6 and item number 17 for this morning.
Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I'm just checking to see. I think there was a very late. I'm just checking to see.
Please take a moment to do that.
Sorry. No, that is it. Item number 6 and item number 17.
Thank you. And Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, are there any files to be closed?
Through you, Mr. Chair, see none for this morning.
Thank you. Now we shall proceed to the agenda, starting with item number 1. And on this item, 55 ENDEAN Avenue, or ENDEAN Avenue. The committee has before it the following communications. Those materials submitted by the application, including plans of survey, site plans, floor plans, and elevations. There is a staff report from Urban Forestry, and there is opposition in the form of one letter from number 40 ENDEAN, Chiquita Phillips. So, moderator, do we have the applicant standing by? Oh, good morning.
Good morning.
The applicant.
The email that you had on file was at RBC, which was my previous employer, so I think any...
Excuse me, would you give us your name, please?
Jeff
You're David? Very good, okay. So you, David, are the applicant? Yes. And, okay, so we have today in the audience in person the applicant, David, and his son. Very good, thank you, gentlemen. Okay. And just checking with you, moderator, there are no speakers standing by registered to speak in opposition, or, okay. Okay then. What I'm going to do now, David, is I'm going to check with panel members to see if they require a presentation or would like a presentation from you. Panel members, on this first application, would you like a presentation? Anyone? David, so we've read the materials. None of the panel members are requesting a presentation. Some of them may have questions for you. So we're going to need somehow to be able to have David heard when he's answering. Are there any questions, first of all, panel? There are questions, so we have to have a way of having David mic'd. Just a moment while we seat the applicant. Okay, you're mic'd on. Just do a test there, please.
David McPhee.
Can you hear applicant or panel?
Yes.
Would be good.
Okay. Pardon me, is he here?
Just a little louder would be good.
A little louder would be good.
Okay, sorry about that.
These mics you have to be close to, David, so just, yeah. Like 2 inches away will do the trick.
Okay.
Okay then, Mr. Nipfel, your question, please, for the applicant.
Thank you. Mr. McPhee, one of the people that objected indicated that the addition is existing, it's not proposed. I wonder if you could clarify that. And the second question is, could you tell me the current depth and the current rear yard setback?
Yes. We had started to do some repairs on the existing porch, and while we were doing the repairs, we had applied for a permit to do this project, not realizing that it was going to be a committee of adjustment process. So while we were initializing, because we had a leaky roof and unsafe deck, it's the exact same deck as the building next to us, attached to us, the other side. And so we did get away from ourselves, thinking we were going to get the permit any day, and we did start the process. We did have the inspector come out, and he was also looking at another permit in our building at the same time. So he just said that we had to stop and wait until we got the committee of adjustment. So that's what happened there. It's not a finished project at all. It is a weatherproofed project, but that's it.
And could you tell me what the setback, the rear yard setback is what you are proposing with the variances, right?
Yeah, it's existing rear yard setback because the porch is already existing. We're not extending any more than the porch was or is on the neighbors next door. It's a continual line. So it's the same setbacks on all sides.
Okay, then the only question I have, Mr. Chairman, is whether the purpose needs to change because, and I don't know whether it's because it's pretty well existing, is it to approve an existing condition or is it do we leave the purpose as it is? That's my only question.
Let's ask David, what percentage would you estimate of completion have you achieved so far before getting a permit?
I would say that we're probably halfway, I would say.
About 50%.
Yeah.
There's the answer, about 50% constructed. So let's look at the purpose, which reads now, to alter the existing two-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear cantilevered second story addition.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes.
It could read to permit the existing two-story semi-detached dwelling with a rear cantilevered second-story addition.
Okay. Panel members, there's some suggested wording. I think that'll work for us well as far as the purpose is concerned. Any further questions of the applicant on this one, panel?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, if I may just, I think the question Mr. Niffel asked sort of answered the one that I might have had. So in essence, this is legalizing a construction that wasn't initially permitted, I take it.
It is that. And
Yeah.
just for everybody's information here, those watching and those present here, the Committee of Adjustment does not have punitive powers. In a situation like this, and it happens from time to time, we are asked to look at applications for work that has been done without permit. Number one thing to say is that the Committee of Adjustment in no way condones construction without a building permit. But people should understand the actual context within which we are asked to consider these applications. So, we are asked to consider these applications using the 4 tests that we use for every other application, and to ask ourselves if we would have approved or rejected the application had it not been built, as the 4 tests would dictate. So that is the light in which we look at these applications. Having said that, I'm understanding there are no further questions from panel. Then at this stage, we will take the application into committee for a decision. So panel, let's take it into committee, and then if anyone has a comment first, they're welcome. Mr. Nipfel, go ahead, please.
Actually, Mr. Chairman, I was going to propose a motion. Do you
Go
want
ahead.
comments first?
Yeah, no. If you're ready, go ahead.
The variances are basically recognizing existing conditions, and I don't think that the requested addition on the second floor is in any way intrusive to the neighbors. I don't see any difficulties with the application, and I would like to move approval of it, subject to forestry condition number 2.
Is there a second to that motion? It is seconded.
Should that also add, Carl, as amended, if we're
Yes.
making a change to the purpose?
Thank you, you're right.
Yes, it should. Thank you, Sahir.
I'll second that.
It is seconded. So moved and seconded to approve the application as amended. All those in favor, please, show of hands. And that is a unanimous vote to carry the motion and to approve the application. So David, your application is approved.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And the panel moves along to number 2. Pendrith Street. On this application before the panel are applicant materials submitted. There's a cover letter from the agent, May 19. There are previous Committee of Adjustment decisions that affect the subject property. And there is correspondence in opposition in the form of 2 letters from 47 Pendrith, Fausto Robellino, August 24 and August 26. Okay. So, moderator, do we have the agent standing by? Okay. Let's have the agent join us. Please just state your name as you join us, agent.
Farah Giuseppe.
And Robin Farah.
Good morning. Okay.
Good morning.
Panel members, do we have any? Oh, we do have opposition. I'm just going to check with the moderator. There is someone standing by, moderator, in opposition? Okay, then. Agent, you have 5 minutes to present your application to the committee. Go ahead.
Is someone talking?
Can you hear us?
No, I
No, I
can't.
can't.
Can't hear you at all.
And we can't hear you either, so we're just going to stop for a moment until we get this corrected.
You are unmuted. You can speak now.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
We do hear you. Just one moment, please, if you'll pause. Moderator, could I ask you to reset the clock, please, to 0?
Is it us that speaks 5 minutes or them?
Okay, then you have 5 minutes to make your presentation. Please proceed now.
Is this Giuseppe Ferro's got the 5 minutes or the opposition? Sorry.
No, yeah, yes, okay. Who is this that's speaking now? Are you the opposition person?
No, I'm Giuseppe Ferro. I'm not the opposition.
You're the agent or the owner?
Yeah. The owner of the house, yes.
You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Morning. We have been to T-Lab and committees tons of times, 3 times to get this all rectified. We did get it all rectified as far as the length of the house and closing all deficiencies that we had. But during this process, there was an error with the measurements. So we got approved for 0.61 of floor space. And the existing floor space is 0.64. So that's where we're standing now. So we did put in this request, but I guess it was a little bit late after the T-Lab approved of the length of the house and everything that we need to get approved. So right now, our only approval that we're waiting for is the 0.64, we got approved for 0.61, and the approval was 0.64 that we were waiting for to get the approval for. And like I said prior, there was I guess a mix-up with the engineers and the city, or could have been ourselves too that had the mix-up. So that's where we're standing right now. As far as everything else being closed, everything else is done. So the house got approved to the measurement that was required by the city inspector and by the Giannis, who was the zoning bylaw officer. That's pretty much it where we stand right now.
Thank you very much. Question,
you,
Mr. Clay.
Yeah, I think we might benefit from a little bit more detail in terms of this has been to committee a couple times, been refused. I'm assuming then that this was appealed by you to T-Lab, and T-Lab has subsequently approved most but not all of it. Is that a reasonable
Yeah.
explanation of what's gone on here?
Yes, sir. That's the reasonable explanation. Like it's pretty accurate what you're saying.
So this went to T-Lab, didn't go to the OMB or the OLT. It was just T-Lab?
No, the first one went to OMB, and then the second one went to T-Lab, and they both been approved. And during this last time we went to the T-Lab, I got a letter here from my engineer stating also we made another through 2 failed C of A judgment, 1 successful OMB decision, 1 successful T-Lab decision. We are still short of 1 required zoning requirement of allowed of the GFA. This was drafted mistake, and we are not aware of it until it was too late to correct. Also, we made another mistake in signing the zoning waiver instead of attaching the zoning notice in the last C of A application. Hereby, I have to apply to another committee of adjustment application to legalize the allowed GFA of the building without any proposed construction. Or my engineer sent that.
Yeah, so the material that we have implies that at some point the construction exceeded what the OMB had approved.
Correct.
Okay, so then you have subsequently either come back to this committee or gone to T-Lab to confirm that. Is that correct?
Yes, it was confirmed and it was approved.
Okay, so the only thing that is before us now that isn't approved either by the board or by T-Lab is this minor FSI variances. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go on now. Then there is a registered speaker in opposition standing by. Moderator? Okay, moderator will ask you to stop the clock and reset it. And we'll ask this, the speaker to join us by stating your name, please.
Good morning, committee members. My name is Fausto Rovalino. I'm a resident and also representative of 47 Pendrive Street.
Good morning. You have 5 minutes to present your concerns. Go ahead.
Yes, good morning. My stance on this application is to deny the legalization and to revoke the construction of the existing two-story semi-detached because it was not constructed in accordance to the City of Toronto or with OMB decisions. Also, the additions originally were built without building permits for the front, back of the building, and garage. I want to work court decision to enforce the removal of non-compliant infractions with a timeline. Also, on September 2nd, 2020, the Committee of Adjustment rendered a decision the minor variance application is refused and the City of Toronto should validate the refusal since no remedial work has taken place. Having said that, I am going to point out some inaccurate information that has been submitted to the Committee of Adjustment on the recent application. For example, on the 2022 Committee of Adjustment application, the applicant has submitted the building setbacks for the front line as 5.03 meters. That is incorrect. He is over the property line. His stairs are encroaching about 20 centimeters, and it's on top of the the water box. Side lot lines, according to the application, it says 0.64. It's incorrect because on the Committee of Adjustments from February 10, 2016, the east side offset is 0 to the lot line because of our air conditioner located, so there is no offset. So that's misleading the panel. Okay, and also on the application, he should say that this application, it should be tick marked that the application does not include any lands that may be owned by the City of Toronto. That's incorrect because he's encroached onto the property line at the front of the building. Okay, also with regards to the FSI and GFA floor space of 0.6, also there is inconsistency because the city requires 0.6 of the for FSI, and he has applied in 2016 for a 0.61 FSI, and then he has come and applied on this recent application for a 0.64 FSI. And then if you look at the submitted plan that he has submitted now on May 19, he's trying to get a GFA of 0.65. If you look at the what's this? So all in all, this gentleman and the owner and the representative, they're always trying to mislead and try to take advantage of the Committee of Adjustments or City of Toronto staff. Because even on the bylaw, on the application that says he's asking for a 0.64 on the letter of application, he's asking for a 0.64 times of a GFA, but on the plan, how come it says GFA of 0.65? That's already a discrepancy. That's misleading. Okay, so moving on, the applicant has made significant alterations to the building and not showing on his approved building permits or drawing, and has applied in many occasions trying to deceive the city by requesting minor variances to single items at a time. Not all of them. The drawings submitted to the committee lack complete measurements for the committees to make an informed decision. The application is not accurate. Also, we have been taking advantage by Joffre and his ongoing additions and construction since 2007, almost 15 years, especially due to my mother's aging knowledge. Also, I did some field measurements of the property. The total length of the building is 17.3. It's not 17.17. And this exceeds the zoning bylaw by about 3.6 meters.
Mr. Faustolino, I shall ask you to make your final comments now, please.
Okay. As a conclusion, started construction without the benefit of a building permit and has not subsequently adhered to the conditions of the building permits, has blatantly disregarded for municipal conditions of approval and adversely affecting and impacting the enjoyment of my property. He has been continually appealing the decisions of the city, thereby ignoring and failing to comply with the conditions of city and OMB. It is time for the city to act upon these flagrant violations and enforce city conditions of the building permit and the OMB. There are 5 appeals that I'm aware of.
Your time is up. Your time is up. Thank you. Panel members, are there any questions for this speaker? Hearing none, the applicant will now have an opportunity to respond in rebuttal. So, moderator, will go back to the applicant now, please.
Back to you, Joe.
The host has been good. Sorry, guys. Can you hear me now?
We hear you now. You're back with the panel now. Go ahead, please.
I've been to T-Lab and to the OMB tons of times. Mr. Robolino has never attended any of the meetings, and he's never commented about all this. And 2 of his applications have been sent in late, according to my engineer's knowledge here. So he's always, he hasn't let me do my construction.
I would ask you to, let's keep the comments non-personal. Let's deal with what he said and your response to it.
Okay, what he said is that my building is not 17. It's all been inspected. The inspector and I have come here and we pulled up tape measures. We met here with the engineer umpteen times. I brought all these measurements to the inspector and he's wrote me all the okays for the length of the building. I've paid for an encroachment to the city of Toronto for my front step, which I've got the receipt. I've had 2 surveys done. The last one was done in 2021. So I've updated all my surveys as requested by the inspector to make sure everything's been okay. T-Lab has approved everything that I've asked for, and my OMB decision I've been asked for. So he doesn't have the right measurements, and if there was a problem with my measurements that have been submitted, he was more than welcome to attend my T-Lab hearing, which was about 3 or 4 months ago, and he could have brought all these up at T-Lab, which he did not attend. And for my OMB decision, he did not attend either. So now he has attended today with 2 of his submissions, which have been late by 2 days. So I don't know what else to say. And I've got engineers involved, I've got lawyers involved, I've got the city of Toronto involved, I've got the city of Toronto inspector involved. I've done everything what they've asked for, haven't done nothing that they haven't asked for, and I've pretty much we paid for the encroachment of the front step, which he's saying I've encroached into the city on August 19th, 2015. I paid for it in full. I've got receipts of all this, which the inspector has all passed and permitted.
Okay, I think we understand where you're coming from. Let's see if the panel have any questions for you. Panel members, Ms. Chan, go ahead.
Yes, I'm a little bit confused with more explanation because on your site plan, are these plans being approved or being used for the appeal of the T-Lab? Because on your site plan, it's very clear that your GFA is or FSI is 0.65, and you said that the T-Labs only approve 0.61. I'm not too sure why you will not revise your drawing to reflect that,
No, the drawing
or reflect the 0.64 you're asking for now.
the point.
I just got confused of the history of what you're actually asking for.
The 0.61. Prior to all this, I said that there was an error in the submission of the 0.64. So they got the 0.61, which they approved from T-Lab. So now we're back here to get the 0.64. that there was, I don't know, there was an error in the print, or an error in the drawing, or an error that wasn't calculated, but I did get approved for 0.61. So for now, I had to get approved for 0.64.
The question is, what about this 0.65 that we're seeing on the site plan? Where did that come from? And what's its significance?
The 0.65, I don't know, my engineer is not here right now.
He has COVID.
He has COVID, so I can't really answer that right now, but
He told us it was 0.64.
he told us it was 0.64, so I don't know why he got the GFA at 0.65, which I'm looking at now.
Okay, all right. So,
Mr. Chairman, the 0.65, however, has the engine, to Ms. Lim's point, the 0.65 has the engineer's stamp on it, and I would take that to mean that's the engineer's opinion. So what we have before us is not in agreement with the drawings.
correct. So, are there any further questions for the applicant panel? Otherwise, we can take this into committee and try to figure it out. Ms. Chan, go ahead.
Well, I'm just worried that since they have been through a very long process, and most of the times, both of the times are for correcting the errors. And now we also find inconsistent as what's been presented or used on the drawings and what they're asking for. My intention is to make sure this is correct or the site plan is incorrect.
Can you come?
Okay, so I think we're ready to, that's not I don't think it's a question for the panel. So let's take the application into committee.
Before we go into committee, there's some obviously confusion here. Could we just hear one more time from the applicant if there's a reasonable explanation for this?
The difference between 0.64 and 6.5?
Correct.
Yeah. Applicant, there's your question. Explain to us about the 0.64 and the 0.65 on the stamped drawing.
The 0.64 and 0.65, as I'm trying to go back with my engineer at the same time, I think when they came out here with the inspector and they came out with the bylaw for the GFA, I think they remeasured it, and I think they came up with that number. Because I guess they were doing to the bottom of the brick, and the brick had the overlap of that difference. So I guess they came up with that. That's what my engineer is telling me right now. The 0.64 to the 0.65.
The question then arises, why did you apply for 0.64?
I don't know. That's what my engineer did. So I can know what, all I'm saying is there could be like another error in numbers, or there could be another, or it could be 0.64, but I can have the inspector come back out.
Okay. Okay.
So I'm pretty sure the 0.64 is correct, according to, because the inspector and the engineer have been there like at least in the last 2 weeks, at least 3 or 4 times.
Mr. Nipfel, question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The other point that Ms. Lim raised, which I think is pertinent here, is that this is the drawing that was before TLAB, and the TLAB drawing, the drawing before TLAB clearly shows 0.65. The TLAB decision was only for 0.61. One assumes, therefore, that TLAB wouldn't grant approval for what we have before us today. Faced with 0.65, their judgment was 0.61. I don't want to take credit for figuring that out. That was Ms. Lim, and I think it's a valid concern. The current application would appear to be more than TLAB would consider.
Are we ready now to take the application into committee so we can discuss this? Let's do that now, please. And any other comments on ways forward on this application? Ms. Chan, go ahead.
Well, my comment is that we're going to approve. We're going to approve just the 0.64 because that's what is in front of us, and we cannot give them any more. But we can give have a note saying that the site plans GFA 0.65 is incorrect. That's my.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if I can offer
Go ahead,
any
please.
help here. There was a zoning review that was submitted. So the zoning review does identify 0.64 times the area of the lot, which equates to 127.75 square meters. And that is what's before us today.
That's what's before us today, and
Yeah.
we obviously, even if we were inclined to increase that to 0.65, we can't do that without having to go through the process of notification and so on. So we can't make it more onerous. We have really a couple of options. We can look at this as it stands, or we can defer it to have this, made to jibe with the stamp drawing. Any further thoughts, panel members? Mr. Clay?
Yeah, Chair, just to take it back to first principles, what we have before us is, it looks like the conclusion of a rather bumpy road to get to where we are today through either errors or confirmation through the board and TLAB. In my view, it's already built. It's gone through a fairly significant process. I'm not sure that we're benefiting the process by quibbling about 0.01 in FSI. I think that what's before us is a really relatively minor variance request. I don't have any difficulties with approving. I acknowledge the neighbor's concern, which has been going on now for some considerable time. But what is before us is, in my view, very minor. I like Jim's suggestion that, we can, if we choose to approve, we should just approve what's before us and make a note that it appears there's an inconsistency between the variance and the site plan. So I'm inclined to support this application.
Are you ready to bring forward a motion?
Sure, I'm happy to move a motion, Chair, to approve for approval, subject to a note indicating that there is a minor discrepancy with the site plan.
Thank you. Is there a second to that? It is seconded, Ms. Chan. Moved in second. Mr. Byte, go ahead.
May I just add the note, because in the purpose, it's again, the first two words, to legalize, would we perhaps put in a note regarding the issue of legalizing after the fact?
I think legalizing already contains that concept. That's, yeah. I believe that's in there with the word legalize.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is correct, to legalize and to maintain.
Great, thanks.
Moved and seconded to approve. All those in favor, please, show of hands. That vote is unanimous. It carries the motion, and the application is so approved. Thank you. Number 3 is 46 Browning Ave. On this application, panel has before it submitted materials. Further supporting material received 29 August. There is correspondence in support from 44 Browning and 9 form letters in support, signed by owners and occupants at 40, 48, 53, 65 Browning, and 107, 109, 110, 112, and 114 Jackman Ave. There is, however, also correspondence in opposition from 98 Jackman Ave, Ron Dennis. So let's go to the moderator, and we'll ask the moderator. I see a couple of registered speakers here. We're not sure whether they're in opposition or support. Are they standing by? Yes. There's one standing by? Yes. Okay. Which one is that, please? Anne McCrory. Okay, I'd like to, if you'll unmute Anne, I want to just have a quick word with her. Pardon me? No, Anne McCrory. Anne McCrory, the speaker. Just going to go to her first just for a moment to clarify her stance. Hello, Anne.
Hi, yes. I
And-
would like to ask for the approval. Yes, can you hear me?
Do hear you now, yes. So
Yes,
just let me ask you a question. Let me ask
I'm
you.
not sure why you have me down as asking a question. I'm here just to really listen to the proceeding.
Okay, so you don't want to speak in opposition.
No, I mean, I have property at number 42 Browning. I am concerned that there may be some shade issues in my
Okay,
third story.
And
But I just want to hear the discussion.
do you wish to speak to the panel on that matter, or just listen? Your call.
I'm here mostly just to listen.
Just to listen, okay. In that case, we'll go to the agent and ask the agent to join us now by stating your name, please.
My name is Bob Abrahams, and I'm the architect for the owner.
Very good. Okay, situation is that we don't have anyone standing by in opposition, so panel members, we don't require a presentation. Would you like a presentation? I'm not hearing any requests for presentation.
May I add that in the application process, there were a couple of material misunderstandings by the intake technician, and I want to make sure, perhaps by giving a brief presentation, that no such misunderstanding find their way into the hearing.
If you'd focus on those particular things, go ahead, please.
Sure. As we see, this is an enlargement of the principal dwelling within an existing three-story converted house. One of the misunderstandings was that we were adding a third story. That's not the case. The third story is already there. The 5 units are already there. We are enlarging the principal unit within the 5-unit converted house for the use of my client, the owner, who lives there. Okay? Another material misunderstanding was that we were adding a third-story deck. The third-story deck is already there, and if any of the committee members have driven by or looked at it on Google, you'll see there's, in my opinion, a very ugly high wood fence around this 3-story deck. We're going to take that down and replace it with a glass guard, which will look much nicer and less massive, actually. Another issue was that in speaking with planning, who has nicely provided a letter of support, includes the proviso that a 1.5 meter privacy screen be erected between the subject property and the neighbor at 44 Browning Avenue. Well, as an architect, I don't like that. I think it would look nicer with a consistent guard on 3 sides. My client feels the same way, and very importantly, the neighbor who this was supposed to protect feels the same way. So the neighbor at 44 Browning has provided a letter which explicitly details her support of a consistent guardrail of 3'6" around the whole deck. She doesn't want the privacy screen, which she doesn't think would look good. It would not be effective.
Okay,
And,
are there any other points that relate to, because we haven't had a request for a presentation, are there any other points that relate to things that sort of, you mentioned there were things that seemed to have been confused, but anything else that was confused? Otherwise, we've read your materials. We know pretty much what you...
I understand. One other point which may have been missed is that, I was the architect for a prior application in 2015, during which time a higher FSI was actually approved. Higher FSI equal to 348 square meters was approved. Now we're asking for 297 square meters. Albeit it's a different application. But just I want to remind the committee that it has already, it was in principle okay with this kind of FSI increase.
Thank you. Okay.
One
members.
other misunderstanding.
Just one second.
Misunderstanding was,
okay, go ahead.
One other misunderstanding at one point, which was quickly cleared up, was that we were adding overall height to the building. In fact, the overall height is not increasing, merely the height of the 2 main walls.
Thank you. I'm going to see if the panel have questions for you. Panel members, Mr. Nipfel, go ahead, please, followed by Mr. Byatt.
Thank you. Mr. Abraham, your concern that you have about possible misunderstandings, if the decision of the committee was tied to a condition that required that the development occur in compliance with the drawings that we have before us, would that address your concern?
Yes, we submitted these drawings in good faith, hoping that the committee would approve the variances based on these drawings, yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Byatt.
Just a quick one with the explanation of misunderstandings. Does that change anything in the purpose of the application?
I don't believe so. Mr. Hamzi was very, very helpful in corresponding with this and helping to resolve the misunderstandings. But I wish to bring them up just in case there was something about our drawings which triggered misunderstandings, and we didn't want the committee to have the same misunderstandings.
We understand. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Clay, go ahead.
Yeah, just one quick, so I am looking at a picture of the building, and you very kindly submitted a picture as well.
Maybe we can pull that up, Mr. Clay.
Yeah, no, I was just going to ask, so the proposal that you have for a new railing, so it would be less high, I guess, than what is currently there, is that?
Yes, that's right, and less solid.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you that that the current deck is not particularly attractive. Would that structure that has that looks like an extendable awning, does that remain?
No, that's going away. So the third story that we're modifying is set back from the front face of the eave, of the second floor eave, so that it can't be seen in this picture. It might be seen once we lower the guardrail. The very top of it could be seen. But again, it's a diminution, we believe, in the overall perceptual mass of the building, because the mass of the fence is now going to be set back an additional 8 or 9 feet from where it currently is.
And the only real impact is on the immediate adjacent to my left in looking at the photo, and they're okay with the change you're proposing. Is that correct?
Yes, they wrote a very detailed letter, which you have in your package, detailing their support for a traditional 3'6" guardrail.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
If there are no further questions for the agent, architect, then we can take the application. Mr. Nipfel, or quick question, or let's take the application into committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe Yim has a question, but I was going to move a motion, but perhaps Yim wishes to raise a question.
I don't have a question. I would like to make a comment, and then I have a motion.
Okay, well, I'm not sure whose hand was up first. Yim, why don't you go ahead first, please, Ms. Chan.
My question is, the only thing I was concerned is the deck. Is this because of the size and the height? But I think that because it's facing the front, when you look at the photograph, it seems that there's no overlook at privacy is too much because of this. It is the front of the houses, and then there's no backyard and all that. So, and also the neighbor of 44, they actually prefer the smoky glass guard 42-inch rather than the 1.5 solid wood. So with that, I think the requests are quite reasonable. I move for approval with forestry condition number 1.
Is there a second to that motion?
Would you consider a friendly amendment, Yim, that the approval be tied to development in accordance with the plans, which addresses the concerns with possible misunderstanding? And the plans also show the guardrail so that we don't need to include the planning department condition.
Okay, that's a good idea. Do you mean the elevation? Is it like
No, there were concerns about misunderstanding, and I asked the applicant earlier if we were to tie the approval to all of his plans, would it address his concerns? And he said yes, it would. The plans also show a guardrail rather than the solid barrier that planning's asked for. So I think tying it to plans makes sense.
Okay. Yeah, I will agree. Okay. Yeah.
Okay then. So that motion, is there a second for? I take it Mr. Nipfel was second to that. Okay. Seconded, Mr. Nipfel. Moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please show hands. And that vote is unanimous. It carries the motion and the application is so approved. Number 4 on today's agenda is 408 Winona Drive. On this application, before the panel are the submitted materials, plus a cover letter from the agent, March 31. There is correspondence from Transportation Services. There is a staff report from Urban Forestry. So, moderator, let's have the agent join us, please.
Hello, hear me?
Agent, so state your name, please, agent, as you join us.
This is Hannah. Hello.
Hello, now we hear you clearly. Good. State your name, please.
This is Hannah Dabaghi. I represent the owner of the property located at 408 Winona Drive.
Very good. Okay. On this application, there is no one standing by in opposition, so panel members, up to you. Do you require a presentation? I'm not hearing any requests for one. Panel, do you have any questions for the agent then? Mr. Clay.
Thanks, Chair. The upper deck, rear deck, is it, does it have privacy screening on it? It's hard to tell from.
Yes, it has a privacy screening on it.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Nipfel?
How high is the screening? And it's around 3 sides, is that correct?
Yes, it's around 3 sides and the height is 1.5 meter.
Thank you.
Anyone ready with a motion? Mr. Clay, go ahead.
Sure, Chair. I'll take this one. I think this is a fairly straightforward. I do like the fact that the upper stories are set back a little bit. I thought the design was reasonably tie it to the elevations, just because I want to make sure that privacy screening actually gets incorporated into the final product. So I will move approval of this application subject to forestry condition number 3 and tie it to plans.
Thank you. Mr. Byatt, seconding?
Yes.
Yes. It is moved and seconded to so approve. Those in favor, please show hands. That vote's unanimous, the motion's carried, and the application is so approved. Panel moves on to number 5, 86 SCOLLARD Street. On this application, we have the materials which the applicant submitted. There is an arborist report received in August, and there is a tree plan and photographs from the agent received back in March. So we'll ask the agent to join us, please, by stating your name.
Ms. Delnaz, you have been unmuted.
Hello, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. This is Delnaz Yakrangian. I'm the architect for the owner.
Could you give us your full name, please?
Delnaz Yakrangian. It's a hard one. I apologize for that.
Very good. Good. Oh, very good. Thank you. Okay, good to have you with us. And Let's see if the panel have any desire for a presentation or any questions for you. Mr. Nipfel, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you clarify our variance, I believe they are, variance number 2 and number 3 are existing conditions, is that correct?
Number 2 and number 3. You mean the GFA?
No, number 2 is that the front stairs will be 6.37 meters wide, and number 3 is the front stairs will be located 0 meters from the south lot line. And are they existing conditions?
The setback is an existing condition. If you look at the survey or the site plan or ground floor proposed, you will realize that the existing platform is right on the property line. And this is where we are keeping it, but we are widening the stairs to align just the first 2 steps to align with the front of the building, so that the stairs can incorporate more landscaping. And this is consistent with other entrances on the street, and we believe it is going to create a nicer entrance for the building and be a better transition from the sidewalk and the street and the public domain to our building.
Okay, thank you very much.
No problem.
Further questions? Hearing none. Is anyone ready with a motion on this application? Mr. Byatt, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I think this is a fairly straightforward one, and in fact, the widening of the staircase does certainly perhaps improve not only access to the building, but also improve the visual perspective of it. So I have no concerns about this particular application. I move to approve without any conditions.
Thank you. Seconding, Ms. Chan? It is moved and seconded. Moved by Mr. Byatt, seconded Ms. Chan to approve. Those in favor, show of hands. And that motion is carried. The application is approved. Application number 6, on this application, we have received a request to defer. Let's see if is the agent with us, moderator? We'll ask the agent to join us. Please state your name.
Hello?
Hello?
Hi, my name is Sandra, and I'm the homeowner of PRISCILLA. I don't know why it's echoing. Can you hear me? Please?
Hello, Sandra. If you are connected through more than one devices, please turn off other devices.
I don't think I have. I am. Can you hear me?
We hear you now faintly. Would you state your name, please?
Sandra. Hello?
State your name, please.
You know what? There are 2. Hold on a second. Okay. My name is Sandra Dos Reis, and there was a deferral in terms of my application because of the sign, and I'm new at this. I've never had to go through a committee of adjustments, so I tried to get the signage in on the 24th, and I posted it up in my window area. All my neighbors are aware of the project that I'm doing, and there's just been a lot going on in my personal life this last month, so it didn't get posted on the day that they wanted, and it's been brought to my attention that the sign needs to be posted like further up, like in my garden area with wood. So I will do that moving forward. So it's really just a logistic thing.
Sandra, let me ask you this. So your request to defer, is this is your own?
I'm not deferring. I'm not requesting to be deferred. It was the people of the city, Sarah and Sabrina, brought it to my attention that my application should be deferred when I sent them a picture of the sign on the 24th.
So-
And they're saying it needs to be up for 10 days. So it wouldn't be in my, my best interest to delay this, but it was put on my application. So I'm giving you the reason why why the poster was posted on 2 or 3 days prior. I didn't know all of these tiny logistics. It's my first
Okay,
time.
we do understand. We do understand. And just so you understand too, so I get it now. City staff brought to your attention the fact that the poster had not been put up in a timely fashion. Here's the issue. We want, you know, if we were to make a decision on this today, then that decision could be questioned by neighbors, for example, who would say, well, it wasn't posted properly. So that's what we're dealing with, Sandra, just for your information. But the panel will make the call on this. So panel members, any questions for the applicant? Ms. Chan, go ahead.
But I think that it is automatic deferral if the sign is not posted on time or properly.
Yep.
We don't have a choice, I don't
Would you
think.
care to make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to defer it due to the signs hadn't been posted on, in the timely manner or in the correct position.
Thank you very much. Second to that motion. It is seconded, Mr. Byatt. Moved and seconded to defer. Those in favor, please show hands. Motion carried, and the application is thereby deferred in order to allow timely putting up of the required signage. Panel moves along to number 7. 1001 Queen Street East. On this application, panel has before it revised materials, 3 photographs of the property. There's a covering letter from Adam J. Brown. There are copies of bylaws that affect the subject property from 2018. There's presentation material from Solicitor Sean Brown. Internally, we have correspondence from City Planning, from Transportation Services, plus a staff report from City Planning dated 26 August. And there is opposition from 983 Queen Street and 197 Heward, in a written form. Okay, so let me check first with the moderator. How many people do we have standing by in opposition? 3 standing by. Okay. I'm going to give you some time to do that. So for panel and those watching, we're just trying to make contact with the agent in order to proceed on this application.
Through you, Mr. Chair, you may want to have Adam Brown speak for this application, and I believe he's on the line.
He is standing by?
Yes.
In that case, let's go to Adam Brown and have him join us, please.
In your direction, and it doesn't seem to allow me to do my video, but I am here with video as well. Is there something I need to do?
Mr. Brown, just so you know, your voice has a muffled quality to it. Maybe if you got closer to your mic or something, but there's a muffled quality to your voice which is making it hard to distinguish what you're saying.
Is that any better?
Well, now we can see you, and it is somewhat better. Yeah.
Okay. Do I need to speak more loudly or clearly?
I would say I would say as long as you speak slowly and loudly, you'll be fine.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I share my screen so I can take you through the presentation that I filed with the committee?
You may not.
I may not. Is
No,
there a way they could put up the presentation that starts with the, there we go. Perfect. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. This is an application that started through a rezoning back in 2017, was completed with staff and council support, and then went through a fairly lengthy site plan process with a new owner since 2018. I'll just say to you that the planning report and many of the changes came about through the planning and urban design input. There's only one comment about the residential use on PAPE that I'll speak to that they had a question about. Transportation has signed off with our access on the lane, which gives rise to the variances, and I'll explain those to you. This is a Queen Street and PAPE Avenue property highlighted in red. The reason I had the photos is I wanted you to see that on PAPE Avenue, the characteristics are residential, and as you'd expect on Queen and at the corner, commercial. And it's the reason when I take you through one of the variances that we have a residential use that will move down PAPE Avenue. And I had a next slide that should say variance number 1 that showed the side of the building. There we go. So what I've done here is try to make it simplistic in terms of the parking spaces, which I'll help you with in a minute when we go to the next slide. But this slide shows you that we have access to parking off of the laneway as the city requires you to do and desires you to do, instead of having parking garages facing PAPE or Queen. And this was simply through the refinement of the site plan, not captured in the original site-specific zoning. So we have the garage doors that don't have two-way traffic. They only have one car that goes into the elevators. And the variance 1 is because we have, again, the parking off of the lane. And if we can go to the next slide. Thank you. And what you'll see for variance number 3 is that laneway is where we drive in to get to parking. And just so you know, when you look at any of the photos of the area, a lot of these homes, in fact, most of the homes and the buildings on Queen gain their access through a laneway off of the public laneway, which we ought to be doing in this day and age. And then the other thing I show you is that one residential unit that fronts onto PAPE at grade. I think there was a comment that they would have liked to have it as a larger unit. I can tell you the units were successfully sold quite quickly. The unit sold at the size that we have. There's no variance for size or number of units, but that was the comment in planning. This is in keeping with the residential character on PAPE. But again, the majority of the space wrapping around, which I show in yellow, is retail. And then if I can go to the next slide. The next slide, again, when refining the height of the building, we have a design that literally is, oh, sorry, this is just for variance 4 and 5. You see that little area outlined in red? It's an entrance to those parking garages that was simply ensuring that it wasn't just flush with the building, a little more attractive than it was originally. But again, creates no impact on anyone. So that's because we had a site-specific bylaw map. So when we changed it, we added that little entry to the parking spaces I showed you. And again, we have old and new bylaws, so that's why we have the maps in 4 and 5. And then if we go to the next slide, the access for the stairs to the green roof is literally 0.71 meters higher than what the height map showed. And again, we've been through quite a lengthy site plan process to refine everything to city landscaping and rooftop design standards. And it is literally imperceptible. I had to have them put those little lines up there because I couldn't see it when I got the first plan sent to me. And that's the variance number 6. And I think that should complete my presentation. I know there were comments about using the laneway. The laneway is to city standards. That was secured as part of both the zoning and the site plan process, which we are, completing with this process. So it actually makes sense not to have access off of the street. And I'm happy to answer any questions that might arise from those who have written in, which I've read their letters.
Mr. Nipfel?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Brown, did I understand correctly that the ground floor residential unit is sold?
It is sold. The whole building, we had a problem in terms of during COVID, while they went to market to sell, we had, I don't know, I think no less than 4 different staff on it, so the site plan process didn't go that quickly. But yeah, that unit was sold.
If that unit was not approved through the variance, there is nowhere else you could relocate it. So that sale would have to be terminated. Is that correct?
Yep, that's exactly right.
And the second question was, has the project received site plan approval?
We have sign off on all of the site plan conditions from the city. I don't believe all the agreements are, I don't believe the agreements have been all finally executed. I'm going to just check with someone in my office for 1 minute.
My question is, it's the same department that's requesting that the ground floor residential unit not take place, and it shows on your drawing. So I'm assuming planning through site plan control is prepared to approve it, but the memo we have indicates that they're not prepared. So I'm just a bit confused about their position on it.
So am I. We had the discussion with them. My understanding, without speaking out of school, is there were different planners involved. I think we had 4 planners involved in the process. And then this comment came up fairly recently. And I think the comment was about, couldn't you make the unit bigger and maybe make it a 2-story unit or change the design? And my client's comment was, if we didn't sell it and we weren't this far down the road, almost 4 years after the site plan went in, yeah, that might be something we ought to have been able to do, but not something that you can easily change when the whole design is this far down the road. So like this, when you ask, is the site plan approved? It is approved. I'm just thinking legally, do I have the agreements in place? And we have all the conditions agreed to. We have all the finite details agreed to. This was just a comment relating to our variance. And I would argue it's more in keeping with the intent of the bylaw to wrap around a little residential to create a transition to residential. And there is literally no ad.
Thank you. We have registered speakers standing by, so I'd like to go to them now, please. Moderator, first registered speaker, please. Hello, good morning.
Hello.
Good morning.
Hello, my name is Derek Finkel. I am the owner of 197 Heward that you referred to earlier. I will just say off the top that I did, the email that I submitted to the committee received a response from Daniel Reynolds at Transportation Services. And Mr. Reynolds actually addressed a number of the items that I was objecting to with respect to the parking. I will say that my remaining concern and or objection to the parking plan as proposed has to do with the nature of Carl Strigg Lane. Carl Strigg Lane is used by not only the residents of the east side and of Heward and the west side owners on PAPE, but it's also used by the residents on Carlaw, east side of Carlaw and the west side of Heward. And because Heward is a one-way street going south, many of the residents on both sides of both lanes use that as a thoroughfare to go to PAPE or go to the other direction to go east or north. And also, especially during COVID, the number of children in that neighborhood has exploded. It's about 10 times what it was 10 years ago. So with that, and perhaps Mr. Brown can explain the parking, how the parking is actually going to work. But my main objection as it exists is if you look at the ground floor plan of the parking garages, my objection actually has a lot to do with the building to the west, which is number 993. Number 993 comes right to the edge of Carl Strigg Lane. There is absolutely no sight. If you were to exit from certainly the westernmost parking space, but I would possibly argue the 2 or 3 westernmost parking spaces. If they were to come out of those parking garages and try to turn, for example, to turn west, they are completely unsighted. They cannot see anything coming from the other side of 993. I say this with personal experience because I drive by there every single day. And so my concern is not so much that they have parking or that the parking is on the lane. Mr. Reynolds referred to the widening of the lane creating two-way traffic. Well, it's not going to create two-way traffic. What it's going to do is allow the residents of 1001 to turn into Carl Strigg Lane and then have the ability to turn either into or out of their parking garages. So I guess my real concern here with the way this parking is lined up is that I think that this proposal needs to have some sort of a traffic flow, some clarity on how the traffic is going to flow in and out of the garage. Because if they're driving straight in and out of those garages, I see that as a dangerous proposal, because no one coming in or out is going to be able to see the traffic coming along a very narrow lane. There's nowhere to move in that lane. When you're driving in that lane, there's less than a foot on either side of your car to maneuver. And there have been accidents. The owner on the lane, on the north side of lane on Heward, the northernmost resident, had his entire back fence about 4 years ago taken out by a car for this very reason. And so the area here is fence and brick on one side and a brick building on the other side. So I would just ask Mr. Brown to try to explain to me how these parking garages are going to work and how they are going to be able to exit and go safely, especially to the west and also a little bit to the east.
Thank you very much. Okay, panel members, any questions for this speaker? I have one for you, Speaker. You know, you mentioned cars egressing onto Carl Strigg Lane from the proposed parking garage, and that they would be unsighted basically as to the lane itself. Could something as simple as mirrors solve that problem?
I did bring up the idea of mirrors to Mr. Reynolds. I actually think it's a problem here. I think it's actually a more serious problem here at 1001. I think it's a problem, although maybe less of a problem, at the T of Carl Strigg Lane. So where the east-west part of Carl Strigg meets the north-south, I think mirrors would be good there. And the response I got from Mr. Reynolds was that that's something that the city could look into, but they need something to mount the mirrors on. And I guess the city really hasn't looked at this lane. When this proposal first came up in 2017, I raised these issues, and I asked if a study had been done. Children use this Carl Strigg Lane to school, to go to Moore Street Public School on Carlaw, as I said.
Well, my question was just about mirrors, but okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think mirrors would help, but I think I think there should be mirrors regardless of what the residents do with parking. But to me, the better, the safer answer here is to have the traffic flowing in and out of these garages, wherever they're situated, closer to PAPE, so that
Thank
they
you
have
very
safe
much.
sight lines.
Okay,
That's what I would ask.
Let us, moderator, move on to the next speaker standing by and ask that speaker to join us, stating your name.
Good morning, panelists. My name is Mark Kestenberg. Can you hear me okay?
We hear you fine, Mark. You have 5 minutes to address the panel.
I'll be very brief. I am counsel for the property owners who are immediately west of the 1001 Queen Street East property. The 3 buildings owned by my clients are 989, 991, and 993 Queen Street East. These buildings house 10 residential tenancies and 3 small businesses that may be impacted by these variance requests. My clients have a genuine interest in the outcome of this hearing, but for reasons that are, in fairness, entirely unclear to me, my clients only received the notice of this hearing in the middle of last week. And so they have not had time to properly consider or evaluate the relief that's being sought. I want to be very clear that we're not necessarily going to object, but my clients are particularly concerned about the height increase that Mr. Brown described to you in variance number 6. He described it as literally imperceptible, and I just don't know, and my clients don't know whether that is in fact the case. And so my clients are asking for a brief adjournment or deferral for 3 weeks to allow time to properly consider the application, to speak with their stakeholders, consult with their architects and other appropriate professionals, and be able to make an informed decision on the requests that are being made today.
Thank you. Panel members, any questions for this speaker? Hearing none, we shall move along now to our next speaker, and I'll ask the moderator to remove, and also, moderator, if you would remove, please, Mr. Brown from his screen until we come back to him. Very good. Okay, next registered speaker, please.
Mr. Nakash, you've been unmuted.
Hello?
They've been disconnected.
Hello, my name is EJ Tupe. I'm a resident at 983 Queen Street East. My initial objection was actually quite incomplete because I needed to do further research.
Please, just one moment, please. Would you mind restating your name?
Sorry, my name is EJ Tupe, and I'm a resident at 983 Queen Street East.
Okay. I'm hearing from the moderator that you don't show on my list, but apparently you show on the moderator's list, so very good. You have 5 minutes to address the panel. Go ahead.
Yeah, first, I did not really receive notice regarding this particular adjustment. I know that I'm not the owner of this particular residency. It's owned by a corporation. And so I didn't really have thorough time to also look over the documents. Unlike the rezoning application that was sent before, the sign variance was significantly smaller. So when I sent my initial objection, it was quite incomplete. But after some digging, they had some further questions regarding this particular request. One is regarding to the rezoning that's being referred to as being complete. When I actually reviewed the zoning amendment application that was addressed on May 22nd, 2018, there were actually, it was an actually provisional rezoning amendment that was given because there were outstanding matters for the developer to attend to. There hasn't been any subsequent meetings regarding updates on these matters. So I'm actually unsure as to whether these provisions have been addressed. And I'm actually also curious about this additional height because there was already a new, the rezoning already meant that there was a higher height restriction given to this particular build. And I'm wondering whether it's a dangerous new precedence to keep adjusting the heights of buildings in this particular neighborhood. Moreover, I'm just unsure as to whether this adjustment is indeed minor, and I am wondering as to the level of accountability if it was the adjustment committee that gave permission to this as opposed to the rezoning committee. The level of accountability on rezoning is significantly higher than adjustments, and so I'm actually unsure as to whether this is an appropriate application for this particular committee. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for this speaker panel? Not hearing any, so we shall go to the next speaker.
Through you, Mr. Chair, there is no other speaker.
That takes us to the list of those registered speakers that are standing by. Thanks, moderator. Okay. Okay, then, in that case, it's time now to return to the agent for an opportunity to rebut the issues that were raised specifically by the speakers. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Couple of things. Mr. Kestenberg, Mark and I spoke yesterday when I first found out about his having a concern with his clients and the notice. I also checked with committee, notice was done properly, but in any event, I actually made the presentation I made to you, to Mark yesterday, to make sure they understood.
Mr. Brown, I'm having this difficulty again with your voice being muffled. Whether closer to the mic might help you. I think that might be part of the problem.
Yeah. Is this better?
It is.
Sorry. So I spoke to Mr. Kestenberg yesterday when I heard about the concern. I presented what I presented to you so that he was aware of it. I also am aware that there was a previous agreement between my client and his client that neither he nor I was involved with back in 2017 or 18. But in any event, that will be honored because I consulted with the other lawyers involved. But in any event, the variances are as they are, and the height is as minor as I said, and I did present it to Mark yesterday so that he was aware. In terms of the parking, we on our site have the sign off from transportation services because on our site, limited access, there's no loading or any of those sorts of things. It's just for the parking garages. And we have widened it to comply with the city's requirements. Having said that, the comments about potentially having a mirror because one property hasn't yet been developed to our west and having a mirror there for added safety, great comment. I have no issue in undertaking to provide that input. My clients are on the call as well, listening to make sure it is safe because we want it to be safe. It's been reviewed by transportation staff, but that doesn't mean that when someone comes and tells us their personal views of what happens on the lane, we ought not to consider that. And maybe having the mirror, even though we comply on our site, isn't a bad idea. So that's my comment. But again, it is very limited use in terms of the parking and only the small number of parking spaces we showed in terms of the access. And I think that's really my comment. I think this is a very minor application.
Thank you very much. Panel members, questions for the agent. Go ahead, Mr. Clay first.
Thanks, Chair. So I just want to explore planning's comments about the first floor res. You've indicated that this unit has already been sold, yet we have before us a report that is signed ostensibly by the director of planning, which is recommending refusal. And one of the things that they do mention is that this space might actually be better used for amenity purposes for the remaining units. What is the amenity space throughout sufficient to meet requirements, or would this actually add to the unit's space?
We have full compliance with the amenity space on site, so we're not deficient in any way, shape, or form for amenity space. You know, at the end of the day, to try and suggest that there ought to be some different way of sort of almost marketing the building in a sense because they wanted a larger unit. It came down to a question of they would like the unit to be larger on the main floor. And the design just doesn't facilitate making that space larger. But we have amenity space that's more than sufficient, and you don't see a variance for that. So, look, it's in the committee's purview to say that one variance isn't granted, and what would happen is a residential unit would, that sale would have to be canceled. I don't really truly understand the planning objection to having a residential unit fronting onto PAPE based on a subjective evaluation of the size of the unit. I guess that's the best way that I can put it.
Okay,
Fair
Mr.
comment. The other thing that they mentioned, I'd appreciate your views on, was the proximity of that unit to utilities and/or driveway space and everything else, and that might cause some disruption to whoever lives in that unit. I wonder if you have any thoughts on that.
I can tell you, so I've done this for over 30 years and I've seen designs over 30 years with identical situations on mid-rise and tall buildings where you have residential units that have proper noise screening, where units are adjacent to whatever mechanical and or amenity space and or any other common spaces in a building. It's not even a concern I would have in any way, shape, or form. I'm 100% confident that the architects in this project, who I've worked with on many projects, understand how to design space to have no conflict in terms of noise and the use of the space. So it's not even a small concern of mine, Mr. Chairman, through you.
Mr. Byatt, your question.
Thank you. No, I think Mr. Clay's question answered mine. Thank you.
Panel members, any further questions for the agent? Okay, I'm not hearing any, so in that case, I think it's time to take the application into committee for a decision. If anyone wants to speak up to it first, go ahead, or we can go to a motion. Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm inclined to agree with the applicant that this is a relatively minor application. I don't share the planning department's concern with the unit on the ground floor. And I'm confused that the issue would come up now. The project has gone through site plan control, which is a long and very detailed process. It would seem to me that if there was a concern, it should have been raised earlier. And also, if you look at the ground floor plan of the building, the one-bedroom unit, which is the one that planning is objecting to, is set back from the street. It has an outdoor amenity space to the north, and it has planter to the south, and the parking space provides a barrier wall. So I really don't agree with the planning department's recommendation about turning down this one particular unit. And also I would be concerned about removing a unit from the amount of residential that's offered by the project. I do think that the concern with backing out of the 3 parking spaces, they're listed as EBSE parking spaces. They are a little bit shorter than the other parking spaces, but I do think that I think it was Mr. Finkel who mentioned that there needs to be some more attention to providing viewpoints to the west, and I agree. And if there is a way of doing that with mirrors, I would support that and think that that should be a condition of approval. Subject to those comments, Mr. Chairman, I don't have any trouble supporting the application.
Thanks, Mr. Nipfel. Ms. Chan, just stand by for one moment, please, and then it's your turn. I do want to make a comment for everyone watching, and that is that with respect to this application and all applications, the committee will look at this and decide upon it based upon the merits of the application itself in terms of the 4 tests that we apply. So the committee is not concerned with whether or not the unit on the ground floor has already been sold. We're looking at this and asking ourselves, does it or does it not satisfy the 4 tests that are the basis of our approach? Ms. Chan, go ahead.
Okay, I'd just like to make a couple of comments. First of all, I think this size of residential building with the commercial on the ground floor is very consistent with what's the development area. And I think it's very appropriate development. And given that they have to go through site plan approval, as Mr. Nipple saying that is the city has a long and careful process or examination of the application. I'm not too concerned with the garbage or the use of the laneway. I think that going through the SBA, they will discover all these issues. So I'm in support of the application, and I think that the variances asked for minors consider that they have already gone through they are going through SPA process.
Thank you. Further comments, anyone? Mr. Byatt?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I take a slightly contrary view. I think the questions Mr. Clay has raised with regard to the planning staff recommendation, what strikes me was not the size of the unit, because it says that it's that unit on the ground floor is smaller than the ones on the above them. What it does point out, and it raises a concern for me, is that this unit would share common walls with adjacent parking and waste storage facilities. I think that for me becomes a bit of an issue. And you're right, the question of whether it's sold or not is not an issue. I'd lean towards the recommendation that the planning staff have presented to us. So with regard to this application, I would not be in support of, I believe it's variance number 3.
Thank you.
Other than that, I think the project would be a great one.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Clay, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to clarify. The reason I pointed out about city staff was just because I think there was some discussion about the right hand not knowing what the left hand was saying. And when we see a signed document from the director, we have to assume that there is no disagreement amongst planners in the department. Having said that, I too think this is a good proposal. I am not concerned about the ground floor retail or the ground floor residential as staff have. I'm convinced by the agent's response to those questions that will not be an issue. There's a lot of experience on how to attenuate noise and disruption in this kind of area. I think it's inappropriate. I wouldn't want to see a reduction in units on this strip. I think, as Jim pointed out, this area is a good area for this kind of redevelopment. I think having this number of units on this street helps animate this part of Queen Street, and I think it's an appropriate development for this neighborhood. So I can support this application, and I'm with Carl. I don't really agree necessarily with planning's recommendation.
Thanks, Mr. Clay. For my part, I think the parking-related issues can be mitigated by appropriate mirroring or other means. So that's not a concern to me. I had given serious consideration to planning's minor variance number 3 about refusing the ground floor unit, but understanding now that all the amenity space requirements have been met, and as Mr. Clay pointed out, that this has gone through a long process of review, I'm satisfied that the ground floor unit is not an issue. So I'm able to support the application as well. So I'll look to someone for a motion, please. Ms. Chan, go ahead.
Okay, I will move for approval, and I don't think there's any condition.
Were we not going to add a condition about mirrors or other ways to control? I don't know what the wording might be.
I'm not too sure either. I do also. Are they not going to have discussion with transportation? Maybe transportation will have some suggestion for safety mirror. And
if I may,
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, if I may
Go ahead,
step in,
please.
I think this is a matter of the final comments through site plan, and that's something that can be secured through the site plan control process, if that's helpful.
It does help us, so we don't need to include it in our...
I think I have experience of that. Yeah, they will suggest the location of the mirror and what kind of mirror, I think. Yeah. Yeah. So I would just have the same motion, move for approval with no conditions. Yeah.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion? Mr. Nipfel? You're seconding? Yes. It is moved and seconded to approve. All those in favor, please, show of hands. Those opposed? And let the record show, please, that Mr. Byatt is in dissent. The motion is carried, and the application is thereby approved. Thank you very much. We'll move on now to number 8, 119 Babby Point Road. On this application, we have before us submitted materials. There's an arborist report, July. Internally, there is correspondence from Urban Forestry, from TRCA, and from Heritage Planning of City Planning. In support, 4 signatures signed on a petition in support, occupants of 117, 121, 122, Babby Point. Okay. Moderator. Do we have the agent with us? Yes. Okay, agent, please state your name.
Baby Point Road.
We missed your names. Please state your name once again.
Werner Cram.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Cram. Good morning. You're now with the committee. And I'm going to ask the committee whether they would like to hear a presentation with respect to your application. There is no request for presentation. Panel members, any questions for Mr. Cram? Mr. Bite, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just looking at the site plan, and I notice you've got, it says stepping stone path and, of course, the raised flagstone patio. Is it possible that these could be produced out of porous materials?
That's an option. Yes, they can. We can accommodate that.
Thank you.
Very good. No further questions. I think we can take this application into committee for a motion.
I have one quick question.
Oh, pardon. Go ahead. We'll just backtrack. Ms. Chan, go ahead.
I think in the supplemental material, there's heritage planning and heritage department proposing 4 conditions. I just want to ask the applicant, are they okay with these conditions?
Yes, we will comply with the condition.
Okay, the answer is yes. Anyone, we will now go into committee on this. Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is a very straightforward application, and the variance requests are quite minor. Subject to the heritage condition, which is it's actually 4 conditions. I don't have any difficulty with this application. MTRCA has no objections. The application has the support of both neighbors. I therefore like to move approval of the application with the heritage conditions. And if Mr. Byatt could speak to the wording that we need to put for the permeable pavers on the patio, is that sufficient, or is there a better way of referring to that?
It basically says the patio, raised flagstone patio, and stepping stone path in the rear.
Yeah, that would be great. And the applicant indicated his agreement with having them in permeable pavers. So with that, I think the application is really quite commendable.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there a second to that motion? Mr. Byatt, seconds.
Yeah.
Okay, it is moved and seconded. To so approve, all those in favor, please show hands. Unanimous vote to carry the motion, and the application is so approved. So I think at this stage, we will recess for 10 minutes and resume at 11:30, pardon me, yes, at 11:33, we'll resume. Now in recess for 10 minutes.
Yeah, I didn't think that that was an option. I thought we weren't doing that at all. Like until later on.
I didn't think it was officially it either.
No.
Well, we handled it okay.
Yeah, I mean, it worked. Oh, and the microphone is still on. Nice.
We are on item number 9, and we are resuming now. That item is 78A Pape Avenue. On this item, the panel has before it submitted materials, 3 photographs of the property, and a variety of previous Committee of Adjustment decisions on quite a variety of property or of streets. Pape Avenue, Morris, Carolyn Avenue, Berkshire, Logan, Morris, and so on. In support of the application, there are 10 form letters signed by owners and occupants of 195 and 201 Heward, 64, 66, 70, 74, 76, 78B, 80, and 85 Pape. So, at this point, moderator, we can have the agent join us, please. Hello.
Good morning, committee. My name is Richard Murray, and I'm the co-owner of 78A Pape, along with my wife, Sandy.
Very good. Okay. Okay, panel members, we have the owner of the property here. Any requests for a presentation? Any questions for the owner? Mr. Byatt, please.
Just a question. I don't see any opposition or letters of concern. But has the owner had any contact with the immediate neighbor? I believe it would be 78 Pape.
Yes, so we are part of a semi. 78B is the other side of the semi, and we're looking to proceed with 2 projects. 78B have in fact already approached the committee and received approval from this committee to enclose their 3rd floor deck. So that would be the first project. The second project, they are potentially considering putting in an application for the second project, which would be to put a deck on top of the garage if we're successful with this application.
Thank you.
My question to you is why is it okay, in your view, to put a patio on top of an ancillary building, as you are proposing?
So, I mean, in looking at the plans, I mean, our view is that we wouldn't be sort of creating, you know, anything more unseemly than we currently have. I mean, the existing sloping roof is what it is. It's a sloping roof. I think what we'd be doing is, in fact, you know, benefiting the area by putting a deck on top and you know, creating a more pleasant space for the environment. You know, I think we've also heard, you know, the application today from 1001 Queen to put a 6-story building on the corner. That would be 30 meters from our property. So putting a second floor, you know, if you like, on top of our garage, you know, I don't think would be sort of out of character for what's going on in the neighborhood. And if you look at the picture that I attached as well as part of the submission.
Let's just hold for a moment while we pull that picture up, please.
So if you scroll down a bit further, so if you stop there, you'll notice behind there is already an existing second floor deck. So I don't think what we're proposing would be out of character for the neighborhood that we're in.
I don't see the second floor deck on the property behind it. Is it
Sorry,
above the red
there's
tile roof?
A 2-story garage, I mean.
It's a 2-story garage. Okay, that's not the same as a deck on top of an ancillary
Correct.
building. Mr. Clay, go ahead, your question.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I do have similar questions about the rooftop patio, rooftop deck above the garage. I mean, you know, the applicant, you have submitted a whole bunch of situations where those, there have been approvals of the similar kind of nature, but we don't know the context of each of those, and that's hard for us to make a determination. And we take these applications in context, and in some cases there are extenuating circumstances which lend themselves to a rooftop deck on a garage. I'm not seeing any particular justification for it in this instance, and even though there is a larger garage behind, I went down the lane and there are no other rooftop decks on garages in this area. So I'm not convinced that there's a strong argument for the need for not only for an addition to your home, and sounds like you know, there's work being done on the adjacent semi. I'm not sure there's enough planning justification to support a rooftop deck on the garage in this instance, and particularly if the adjacent neighbor is planning to do a similar thing as well. I just don't. I don't think it's in the best interest of neighborhoods unless there's unusual or extenuating circumstances, and I don't see any in this case.
Further questions, Ms. Chan, go ahead.
I do not have a question. It seems like Larry was making a statement, so
Well, maybe we should take this application, just in that case, let's take the application into committee, please. And so we'll go into committee now, and your comment, please, Ms. Chan.
Yeah, okay, my comment is very much like Larry's. Actually, the only thing bothers me is the proposal for that deck. And if you look at the photograph the applicant provided, it's actually telling you something that it should not be there. And also there's no planning, yeah, with the other one, go lower. Yes, showing the two garages. I do not think that there's any kind of planning, just reason to justify to have a deck there. As you can see, the deck is proposing only have a standard guard, means that the overlook to all this backyard is a problem. And as Larry has said, that it will be the only deck in the lane. I don't support that variance number 3.
Thank you. And I must say, I agree with that stance. Anyone else wanting to speak on this? If not, are we ready to move to a motion? Mr. Clay, go ahead.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. It would, you'd have to look at variances 3 and 4 for the platform above the ancillary building.
Correct. But it's both. Yes, it is both.
Yeah, thanks, Sabrina. I was going to suggest that I would move a motion to approve this application, but refuse variances number 3 and 4.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion? It is seconded by Ms. Chan. So, moved and seconded to approve the overall application, but to refuse variances 3 and 4. Those in favor, please show hands. That's unanimous vote to carry that motion and to so approve the application with the exception of variances 3 and 4. With that, panel moves on to number 10, 23 Glen Cedar Road. On this application. The panel has before it submitted materials, presentation material received 24 August from the agent. There is correspondence from transportation dated 24 August and also transportation staff report dated 15 August.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we've also received a late request from the applicant to defer the application, and so they can probably speak to that.
Okay. All right then, well let's then in that case go right to the applicant for, have the applicant join us please.
Yes, Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
We do hear you clearly, go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Richard Wangle. I'm the architect for the proposal, 102 Avenue Road, Toronto. And yes, we had actually put a request in last week for a deferral because we had just gotten the transportation report late. We were working with them and we thought there was some traction, but then out of the blue came the report. So we would like to defer just so we can have an opportunity to go back to transportation and speak with them and perhaps hopefully resolve this.
Very good, thank you. Okay, panel. There's no one registered in opposition, so panel, let's put it to you to consider the deferral request. Mr. Nipfel?
Mr. Chairman, I'd be pleased to move a motion to defer the application, but I would say it's for the purpose of the applicant to clearly articulate the reason for the variance request and to work with transportation for implementation. I'm not clear what the reason is, and so when this returns, I would hope to get a clearer understanding.
Thank you. Mr. Nipfel, you did make a motion to defer?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So is there a second to Mr. Nipfel's motion? It is seconded. Mr. Byatt. Moved and seconded to defer. Those in favor, please show hands. That vote is unanimous. The motion is carried and the application is so deferred.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Number 11, 125, WINNETT. Materials before us, those submitted, plus presentation materials received from the agent 25 August. And there is correspondence from transportation. On this application, moderator, do we have one speaker standing by?
Yes, we do.
Who is that, please?
Sarah, Hamza, you've been unmuted.
Okay, so Sarah's standing. I'm going to just confer with Sarah to see what her stance is here. Sarah?
Sarah Hamza, can you hear us?
I beg your pardon, I can't hear you. Okay. So we had a speaker we thought was registered, but we weren't sure whether that speaker was supporting or opposing.
This
And
is Neil
now
Ironside. I'm the applicant's agent.
I'm going to come to you in just a moment.
Okay, sorry.
So with respect to that particular speaker, moderator's going to try to connect with them, and we'll go to the agent now. Would you state your name, please?
Neil Ironside. I am the architect for the applicant. The other person who's trying to connect is Sarah Hansa, who is the owner of the property, and she is, as far as I understand, just listening in.
Very good. Okay, so Sarah's is the owner. Fine. That clarifies the matter. Okay. Panel members, would you like a presentation here or questions? Put them to the agent now. Ms. Chan, go ahead.
Yes, I have a small question on the site plan. Although it's not in this application, but in the backyard, what's the material? Is it? If you look at your site plan, in the backyard, yeah.
Let's bring the site plan up, please. Just a moment till we get
Yes,
it.
there. You know those hatch area. What is it?
That's to indicate soft landscaping.
It's all soft landscaping.
It's all soft landscaping.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Any further questions? Okay, I'm not hearing any, so at this point we can take the application into committee. Mr. Nipfel?
Mr. Chairman, this is a very straightforward application. The variance requests are extremely minor. I'd like to move approval subject to the transportation condition.
Thank you very much. Does that motion have a second? It is seconded, Mr. Byatt. Moved and seconded. Approval. Those in favor, show hands. Mr. Okay, that is a unanimous vote. And that carries the motion. The application is approved. And that takes us on to number 12. (132) Queensdale Avenue. Here we have submitted materials, a photograph of the property, a declaration of use received May the 11th for the property. There is correspondence from city planning, and there is opposition correspondence from Zena Denchik and Alan Torok at 130 Queensdale Ave, which would appear to be next door. Okay, then let's have the agent join us.
Hello, can you hear me?
Clearly. State your name, please.
Hello. My name is Gabriel Kraskovsky. I'm with One Year Construction Management at 7 Woodmount Avenue, Toronto, and I'm representative of the owner.
Thank you. Just stand by for a moment. Moderator, do we have one speaker here standing by? Okay. Okay then, so agent, you have 5 minutes to present your application to the panel. Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. Our proposal for 132 Queensdale Avenue is to build a two-story, 41.34 square meters rear addition to an existing two-story single-family house to accommodate the needs of the growing family. We're asking to increase maximum permitted lot coverage from 35% to 64% to provide more space for the family, as well as maximum FSI to be 0.82 times the lot area, which is a total of 135.72 square meters. Also, we are asking to allow the proposed west side setback for the rear deck to be 0.35 meters, which will align with the existing setback of the house. And as for one parking space behind the main front main front wall requirement, there is a storage shed at the backyard, which was never used as a garage, and as you can see on photographs provided, and the distance between the neighboring houses is very tight to accommodate a car, so there is a small chance the rear yard could be actually used for parking. As it can be seen on a Google Street View, the whole street actually parked the cars in the front. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Panel questions? Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You indicated that the rear yard might possibly be used for parking. That would potentially create another variance about landscaping. Can you tell me, are you planning on removing the garage and potentially using the backyard for parking?
No, so that is not a garage. I'm not sure why it was indicated as a garage, but that's just a storage shed.
Okay, I guess the clarification I need is, are you considering parking in the rear yard?
No.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, then let's proceed to the speaker standing by. First one, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name.
Yeah, my name, good morning. My name is Alan Torok, and I am the owner of 130 Queensdale Avenue along with my wife.
Go ahead, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Now, a few days ago, I sent a written statement of our objections with photographs in support of the objections. Has the committee looked at these?
Let's see if we can bring up your photographs.
My proposed presentation today would essentially be a repeat of that. So if this is understood by the committee, if our objections are understood by the committee, then I don't have to repeat them.
I think you should give us them. Now that we are with you and you're on the line, please go over your main points so using the photographs, I think it'll be very helpful for us.
Okay, great. All right. Our backyard is covered on 3 sides by mature, thickly leafed trees that are located in our various neighbors' properties. And we love these trees, but it does mean that our backyard receives very limited direct sunlight, and I think you can see that from the 2 shots that I sent you. And our neighbor's planned extension would reduce what little light that we get, direct sunlight that we get, by some 50%. If you take a look at the one shot that looks east at our neighbor's property, no, the one that you just scrolled from, you can see where his second floor ends. If our neighbor builds the extension for 2 floors, essentially about 80% or 90% of that sky that you see will be gone, and it will be replaced by a wall. So to flesh this out, our neighbor's addition, as planned, extends about 3 feet past our rear single-story sunroom, the roof edge of which you can see in the shot. So when we look through that window or stand outside of our back door, we will be facing a high wall. And in order for us to see the top of that wall, for instance, we have to look up at something like an 80-degree angle. So it's a pretty severe wall. So that wall then would block all morning sun, because we're looking east here, and reduce our remaining view of the sky by 50%. Our backyard will essentially become a canyon, and our only view of the sky would be a small patch directly above us, wherever we stand outside that back door. Now, I would like to emphasize that we understand and we sympathize with our neighbors' desire for more space. I know they have at least a couple of kids, and they certainly, need more space. I can understand that. So we would not object to a single-story addition, but a 2-story addition, I think, would really severely impact our enjoyment of our property. And that's my statement.
Thank you very much. Okay. I have a question for you just to begin. As I look at the variances, you know, you've referred to the impact that the additional depth or length of the proposed dwelling would have, but as I look at the variances, it strikes me that none of these variances are for length. Are you aware of the fact that none of the variances actually relate to depth or length?
Sorry, I looked at their addition and I measured it from their house out 10 feet. And so that takes it about 3 feet past our sunroom.
Okay.
I measured directly from the brick edge of their building 10 feet into the property, which is what is shown on the map. And that's what I've come up with.
Very good. Okay. Any other questions, panel, for this speaker? And I understand there is another speaker moderator to join us.
Is Thérèse Tremblay. I'm co-owner of 134 Queensdale Avenue with my spouse Stefan. We are the next door neighbors on the east side. We would like to get a bit more information about the impact of that two-story building in terms of the shade and the privacy, and we don't know if there will be windows on the east side of the new addition, and we do understand the wish and the need of our neighbors to get a bigger living space, but also we will be directly impacted by the proposed two-story addition as well. So we're here to try to understand what it will mean for us exactly, that addition. This is a new learning experience for us. Yes. And I obviously I'm speaking on of my spouse as well, because unfortunately could not stay until this application be heard.
Thank you very much. Panel members, any questions for the speaker? Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Excuse me, there are elevation drawings. I don't know if you can see them. There's an east elevation that shows what the building would look like facing your property. And there is a window on the ground floor, but I don't believe on the second floor that's being added. I think it's drawing A 2.8. And the question that I actually had for you is, has the applicant been in touch with you? If you don't know what the building looks like, has there been any consultation with you by the applicant?
That's a question.
We had yeah.
Go ahead, please.
These are the facts. We had a little chat. I think it was Friday, July the 22nd, that they had an intention to have an addition to their house, but that project was probably postponed because of the cost. And when we came back from a vacation time, we had letters waiting for us to confirm that they wanted to go ahead with the project, but we didn't have any discussion or any talk. We didn't talk about the project. We didn't have any further information about this project.
Thank you very much.
Okay then. If there are no further questions, we'll go back now. Oh, Ms. Chan, go ahead.
I have a question to the applicant.
Go ahead.
Is it time to ask? Okay. I just want to know, can you tell us the current coverage?
Sorry, could you please repeat the question, because it told me that I was unmuted and I didn't hear what you said.
Okay, so we're now. I think your question was for the previous speaker, Ms. Chan. So just hang on a sec. We're going back now to the agent. The agent, first of all, has an opportunity to rebut. So if your question is for the agent, Ms. Chan, please hold it until the agent has an opportunity for rebuttal. Agent, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, now you have 5 minutes to address the issues raised by the speakers.
Okay, so first, about the question from 130 Queensdale. So the rear wall of the house is actually facing more northwest direction, okay? And the sun, as we all know, goes from east to west through the south. So I'm not actually sure how this addition will impact the sun. Yes, it may impact the overlook of the sky, but not the sun, that's for sure. As for 134, Queensdale question, so you were right, there are no new windows on the second floor of the addition. We only have new proposed window on the first floor in the kitchen. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, we'll now go to questions to you. Ms. Chan, your opportunity for questions to the applicant.
Yes, to the applicant, yes. My question is, can you tell us what the current coverage, lot coverage is?
1 second, please.
The existing one, yeah.
Yeah, well, that's an important question.
1 second, please. So it's around 37%, the current coverage. But this is the house only. And I guess when they calculated, because we add in 20 square meters per floor, 20 and a half. So I guess the 60, what we're asking for, 64%, that was calculated including the shed by city staff.
What does the shed represent?
As the variance.
What does the shed represent in terms of percentage?
So the shed is 12. Oh, it's very big. It's 12 by, I would say, 4.5 meters.
I need you to answer my question in terms of percentage. So you're asking for 64%, including the shed. How much of the 64% is the shed?
So the shed is 54. Give me 1 second, please, Peter. So it's about 62%, including the shed. The
I beg your pardon?
Does that include?
I don't understand.
64%. Sorry. The 64%, does it include the patio and the stairs too?
Yes. Yes.
That also is included. Okay. Thank you very much. It is good information.
You're welcome.
Okay, I have a question for you. I'm concerned that both your neighbors on either side are concerned about the impact here, where we're talking about quite narrow lots. And so the coverage that you're asking for, I think, is the main issue with me. It looks to me like a situation where there is potentially a overbuild being proposed with impacts to the neighbors on either side. I realize you haven't asked for, there's no depth or length variance triggered here, but the 64%, even if it includes shed, still is a lot for the neighbors to live with. So can you explain to me why 64% does not represent overbuild?
So I've been asked the question before the hearing a couple of weeks ago by someone from the city. If we can provide the examples of very large houses in the area on narrow lots, and I provided I think three examples to him. So that was the case in the area because the city tends to densify a lot of people, and the family would like to stay in the neighborhood. They love the neighborhood, and they just need more space because they're growing. They need proper sized kitchen, for example.
Yeah. Okay, so the committee looks at each application separately, and we want it to be sensitive to the neighbors. So again, you've explained that they'd like more space, but you haven't explained to me. You haven't yet convinced me that it doesn't represent overbuild when I'm hearing from neighbors on both sides that they feel it is overbuild. Any other questions for the Mr. Nipfel? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you tell me the use that the shed is put to at the present time? Because it's really inflating your coverage.
It's just used for storage of lawnmower and stuff like that.
Would you? I gather that there's some concern with coverage from the questions you're getting. And if that became the breaking point on the application, is it possible that the shed could be reduced in size?
Yes.
Could you make a recommendation? If that were the case, how small could the shed be? Because that would affect your, actually, no, that we might have to recirculate. So you would be open to reconsidering whether you need the whole shed or whether a portion of it could be demolished?
Yes, absolutely, because the house is more important.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, could I ask the Deputy Secretary Treasurer a question?
Go ahead.
Sabrina, if the issue was coverage, and it appears that a large portion of the coverage is the existing shed, if a portion of the shed was removed, would we have to recirculate this application?
Through you, Mr. Chair, if it means that the variance for lot coverage improves and is less than what was already circulated, then we could proceed. Okay. So if the lot coverage was to be less than the 64%, right? Then we could proceed.
Okay, thank you very much.
Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, to clarify though, we would need to actually arrive at, we would need to have a number to replace the 64% with. We'd have to be able to say the reduced number is X.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct. The applicant would have to confirm what that variance would read as part of the amended variance.
Okay, thank you. If there are no further questions then for Ms. Chan, yes.
Yes, I just have a little concern that that is how the zoning examiner calculated the coverage. That is
this a question for the
yeah, I'm just I don't know, it's not a question to the applicant, but okay, it's a question, just open question to everyone.
Okay, just a moment, please. Then, just formally, we are taking the application then into committee for discussion. Ms. Chan, now go ahead with your discussion.
Oh, I I'm a little concerned is how the coverage is calculated. If we just assume that the shed is included, but I'm not too sure because sometimes when people apply for the laneway house, for example, it's not the garage or the laneway suite is not included in the overall coverage. That's our experience. So I'm without the full description of that bylaw. Just to say that it's also included the shed. I'm not too 100% sure.
Mr. Byatt, your comment, please.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, what I can say based on the zoning reviews, it does state the areas included in coverage is the house, the rear deck, and the rear shed.
Thank you very much.
That's really good. That's good information. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, that's confirmed now. Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Byatt.
Thank you. The thought earlier was, or the comments earlier was, the neighbors have certain concerns. One was the length of the building. I suppose the length of the building is pertinent to both neighbors. The adjustment to the shed, if it happens, how would that impact the concerns? I can't see that the sunlight that the one neighbor is concerned about, or the skylight, I suppose, view of the sky, would change even if the shed was reduced in size. So I'm not sure how pertinent that piece is. One of the things I did note is, of course, the correspondence from planning is that one of the dilemmas in this area and areas like it is you've got a very narrow house, narrow lots. And in terms of expanding your home, I suppose either you go up or you go back. And we don't have any variances related, as I think you pointed out earlier, Mr. Chair, for length. I think they have, they're presumably building lengthwise as of right, if I'm not mistaken. So this is a bit of a conundrum.
It is a bit of a conundrum. Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I personally don't have difficulty with this application. The extension does extend into the rear yard past both of the neighbors, but I don't think it's an unreasonable extension. I have tried very hard to understand the concerns from 130, and I'm inclined to agree with the applicant that although the extension goes further back, I don't really think it's going to reduce sunlight to the point that the entire rear yard is dark. And the concern on the other side was, are there windows overlooking? And there's one small window from the kitchen, which I frankly don't see as a problem. The shed, the only reason I mentioned the shed was the concern was that statistically this was looking like overbuilt with the number of 64. And if the committee was so moved, we could probably adjust the coverage to a number less than 64, and it would mean removing a portion of the shed, which I think is reasonable. So I'm suggesting that the partial removal of the shed is a negotiating tool for reducing the percentage of lot coverage. On a personal level, I don't have trouble with the application as it's filed, and I'd be prepared to support it.
Ms. Chan.
Yes, actually, I think that I can support it actually after the explanation of the coverage, which is including the shed and also the patio, means that the house itself, the coverage is much less. And because also it does not have a height or length or depth variances, I do not think that by demolishing the shed will minimize any kind of impact. I don't think it will make any difference. And I do not agree to partially remove the shed. And we do not know the figure anyway.
I share that opinion with both Mr. Bida and you, Ms. Chan. I don't think removing a portion of the shed is of value because, of course, it doesn't obstruct sunlight. And now that the explanation is clear and confirmed that the 64% figure includes those other elements, then, you know, the 64% figure is only a concern in that it could be cited as a precedent for other properties in the neighborhood without careful reference to the fact of what it represented. So at this stage, I'm actually, you know, probably able to support. I'm able to support the application at this stage. Mr. Clay, any comments?
Not really, Chair. I similarly, I think this is a supportable application.
Okay, anyone ready with a motion? Ms. Chan, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to move for approval with, as it is. Yeah.
I beg your pardon? You're moving for approval. Is there a second to that motion? It is seconded, Mr. Byatt. Moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please show hands. Ms. Chan? Thank you. Okay. It is approved. The motion is carried, pardon me, and the application is so approved. Thank you. We move along to the next item.
Mr. Chairman, would there be any advantage in putting in the minutes that the 64% coverage includes a substantial rear yard shed?
I would like to see that in.
Reference?
Yes, I would very much like to see that included for clarity.
Through you, Mr. Chair, variance number 1 could state that the dwelling, the rear deck, and the rear shed will have a total lot coverage equal to 64%.
Yes.
Correct.
That would clarify. Excellent.
So then the approval would be as amended then.
Approval as amended, yes. I think we're all very good with that. Next item is number 13, 16 Woodfield Road. Committee has before it the following: submitted materials. Presentation material received 26 August. There is a staff report from Urban Forestry, and there is a staff report from TRCA. In correspondence, we have support from the following Woodfield addresses: number 4, 6, 9, 10, 12, and also from 14 Camfella Lane, also from 21, 22, and 26 Woodfield. And we'll ask the speaker to, or the applicant, please, to join us by stating your name.
Hello, Lance, can you repeat that?
Yes, my name is Lance Caprillion.
Lance, we hear you faintly in the distance, but you're very, very faint.
Okay.
Try again.
Is that any better?
Much better.
Okay, my apologies.
Okay, Lance, stand by for a moment, please, while I check with the moderator. Moderator, do we have one opposition speaker standing by here?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the registered speakers are no longer looking to speak.
They're no longer wishing to speak, okay. So there are no registered speakers wishing to speak in opposition. Panel members, we have the agent with us. Would you like a presentation? Do you have questions for the agent? Any questions, Mr. Byatt? Go ahead.
Mr. Byatt, you're on mute.
Sorry about that. Could the agent just address variances 1 and 2 from the perspective of these existing conditions that you have?
Yes, I'll address number 2 first because it is an existing condition. There is a bike shed there. As you know, this is a row house, so it is an ideal location for family who are on bikes much of the time. We have enlarged it slightly, but mostly that enlargement has occurred into the envelope of the house. So it's an existing shed that is slightly enlarged. With respect to number one, following the report from transportation, we, or not the report rather, but the comments, we have eliminated that garbage enclosure. So in fact, we are matching the existing landscape area, which is 4 square meters of soft landscape. We are matching that. So no change really is being proposed there.
And if I may just ask at the, I think it's a site plan A.01. Looking at the front of the house, it looks like you've got a walkway leading up to the front stairs. I'm not sure what the materials are that you're using there. Is that something that's porous material?
That could be a porous material for sure. You're now, yes, because there is part of that is on the property and part of that is on the city property, and we could certainly propose a permeable paving there.
Could we add that as a condition if you're okay with it?
Certainly, fine with us.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Nipfel?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I noticed in the letters of support, the 2 addresses that, according to my records, aren't included are the 2 neighbors, 14 and 18. I'm wondering if you've had conversations with them and what their position is on the application. That's the first question. The second question, I wanted to clarify that I've got this information correct. The balcony or the deck on the 3rd level appears to have extended walls on either side, so there's no privacy overlook. But the 2nd floor balcony doesn't have any kind of screening. My question to you, because I can't determine the context, is from that balcony, can you overlook the properties 14 and 18? And therefore, would it be appropriate to have screening on both ends of the 2nd floor balcony?
I would say that there is some possibility for overlook. I mean, there is a, yeah, I would agree that if, you know, that this balcony could have some screening on the sides to improve the privacy. I think that it's possible, looking at the perspectives, that there could be some overlook there.
And have you had conversations with the owners at 14 and 18? Because they're not included in your support letters that I can see.
No, it's true. A support letter did come from the neighbor at 18. It just came after the deadline, so we did send it in, but it was not possible to post it. So we did get a letter of support from that neighbor. From the other neighbor, there was not any communication from them.
And am I correct about the 3rd floor balcony, that you have projecting walls on either side of it, right?
Exactly. Yes, it does. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Further questions? Hearing none. And there being no speakers in opposition, then I look to the panel. Let's take it into committee for a motion, please. Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm quite happy with this particular application. I don't see any major concerns. So I'd like to move a motion to approve. There's a forestry number 1 condition. In addition, if we could add balcony screening, and I think that's on the 2nd floor, if I'm correct, Mr. Nipfel, as well as the front walkway be produced using porous materials.
Thank you. Does that motion have a second? It is seconded, Mr. Nipfel. Moved and seconded to so approve. Those in favor, please show hands. That motion is carried by unanimous vote, and the application is approved. Thank you very much. Number 14 is 26 MACKAY Avenue. On 26 MACKAY, materials before us are very simple. Those submitted by the applicant, plus a cover letter from the agent on the 10th of May. So we'll ask the agent to join us, please.
Hello, my name's Andy. I'm the owner of 26 MACKAY.
Very good. Panel members, questions for the owner?
If I may just make a comment, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I just wanted to say to the owner, thank you very much for your covering letter. I can just imagine the fright and perhaps concern that you experienced when you had, after purchasing this home, suddenly have somebody knocking at your door, talking about something that may not be legal. So I commend you for your calm and patience in presenting this application to us. I personally do not see any issues with it at all.
Okay, then now let's take the application into committee for a motion, please. Mr. Nipfel, I think, had his hand up first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with Mr. Byad. I also don't have any difficulty with this application. I also agree with him that the covering letter was very helpful. So thank you, Mr. Ward, for that. The garage is not in any way obstructing movement. It's very much in line with what's existing on the next property. I don't see that there's any negative impact to this application, and I therefore would like to move approval without condition.
Thank you. Second to that motion is Mr. Byad. Moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please show your hands. Vote is unanimous to carry the motion and to approve the application. Thank you. We move on to number 15, 130 BRANSTONE Road. On 130 BRANSTONE, before us are the applicant's materials submitted, 4 photographs, plus a photograph referencing neighborhood properties with characteristics comparable. And there is support in the form of a 4-signature petition, 8991 128 BRANSTONE Road. Okay, good. Let's ask the agent to join us, please. State your name.
Hello, this is David Riley, SGL Planning and Design, 1547 Bloor Street West. Hi, everyone.
Yes, hi, good morning to you. Okay. Panel members, presentation request here. Questions for the applicant? Mr. Clay, go ahead.
Sure, thanks, Chair. I think we all have looked at the material, and I think probably we all had the same questions. This is a rather long house already on the lot. We're all assuming that the variances, for the most part, are existing conditions with respect to length and depth. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's a great question, Mr. Clay. And initially, when I take on these files, something like a depth and length variance in particular, you think, okay, let's really look at this in terms of the impact. But these are reflecting current conditions. The reason that the length and depth variance are there is because the enclosing of the front porch actually moves the front wall closer to the street. But one of the things that I look at in terms of impact is how that would line up with neighboring dwellings. And to the east, we're actually further back from the existing front wall. And same to the west too. There is a front enclosed addition that projects further beyond the front wall. So I'm quite comfortable and think that this is certainly fits in with that character of where the front walls are in relation to the neighboring properties.
Yeah, I'd actually concur with that. And also the front yard landscaping, it looks like it's in existing condition. It's all concrete already. So it doesn't appear that you're doing anything that would allow us to change that. Is that correct?
Exactly. The front steps are actually moving a little bit in such a way that the existing landscaping improved slightly, but generally you can't really, because of the style of this house where the garage is basically of a certain width and the driveway it matches that width essentially, and then you've got the front steps leading up to the front door. You really don't have much opportunity to put landscaping. So we've just tried to improve it as much as we can, although very minimal, of course.
Question.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, Mr. Clay. Yep.
Oh, I was ready to move a motion, but go ahead, Chair.
I do have a question, and it relates to parking on the site. So I see you have pad for 2 cars at the front. Is there also parking at the rear?
There is no parking at the rear. There's a frame shed at the rear, but there's actually no way to access the rear yard with a vehicle. Okay. There on the property, I believe to the west, has a driveway that goes to the rear, but that's entirely on their property.
Thanks for that. My follow-up to that is, I've heard the answer to this, but just to check. So, yeah, the variances refer to deficient soft landscaping, both front and rear. But in fact, those are existing conditions?
Yep, that's correct. And there's an area I'll say to the west of the steps leading to the front door that's currently just pavement or concrete, I should say, that is proposed to be sodded. And we can do this because the access to the rear yard, you can see on the photos, is actually on the east side of the garage. So you access the rear yard on the other side of the property. You can kind of see it there, although there's lots of snow in that photograph. Perhaps a photo from, well, I guess I can't share my screen, but street view. But the side walkway that leads to the rear yard is on the east side of the dwelling. There you go. You can see the steps there.
And okay. So where again is this piece of ground that's you proposing to make to sod?
Along the staircase, just on the west side of the staircase, there's kind of like a curb, and it's really mostly just concrete all the way to the back. And then it comes out, and there's some landscaping at the front that's actually not included on the property, where you can see there. But there's going to be a sodded area along a very narrow strip along the west side of the staircase, which actually has the effect of improving the front yard landscaping, although marginally, but we are proposing that.
And is that proposed? Is that contained in the? That's contained in the drawings, is it?
Yep, that's showed on the drawing as a sodded area.
Because we would want to be very sure that replacement with sod did take place, so might be not. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay, then any other questions for the Mr. Clay, Mr. Nipfel, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If we leave the photograph on the screen, the stair that comes down from the front bends, and the entrance to the staircase is on the east side because of it's not a straight staircase down, it bends. That doesn't agree with the site plan that we have. The site plan shows the stair coming directly down and not bending.
Yep, that's
is the photograph so the photograph is correct and the drawing is out of date. Is that correct?
Well, the drawing actually, it shows the stairs as proposed stairs because they're being replaced so that they come straight down rather than curving into the driveway to the east.
Okay, the reason for asking the question is there's an advantage for the existing condition where the stairs bend. And the advantage is that planting bed that you've got next to the car could be made wider. My only concern with this application is the rather substantial paved front yard. if in fact the stairs continued to bend as they're shown in the photograph, then the planting bed that you've got there and that is shown on the site plan, it actually could be wider, and that would then increase the amount of soft landscaping in the front yard.
It could certainly. I definitely could not say that that it can't, but it's if you could pull up the site plan, I just want to show one thing there. So if you zoom in here, you can see where it says proposed stairs and where it shows it coming down, versus where you can kind of see where there's an overlay of where the existing steps go. It's just above the first two stairs, basically, just north of there.
Okay, and just to clarify my point, if you take the line, which is the last step before you enter the driveway, and you extend that down, that whole area could be landscaped.
It could be, but I mean, they're using that area, although it's not part of the property. They're using that to be able to park a car there and then have the other car still access the garage. Whereas it would squeeze it more if you were landscaping that portion. And of course, you can see the property line there, and nothing's being proposed to change off the property. That landscape plant, or that planter, is still proposed to be there as it is, but none of that counts towards soft landscaping because it's off the property. So it would just, I believe this was one of the reasons why we wanted to increase the soft landscaping, just to recognize that it is slightly changing, but overall it's actually an increase to what exists today.
Okay, just to clarify, I'm not prepared to support it as it is existing, and I'm looking for ways of increasing the amount of soft landscaping, but thank you for your answers.
Yeah, no problem. And just to reiterate, the soft landscaping is being increased over the existing condition.
Mr. Byatt, please.
Just on the site plan again, just to the right of the stairs, there looks, you've got a diagram there that I'm not quite sure what it means. Just above where it says east face of wall.
So that's just, that is showing proposed, I guess, stonework or permeable pavers for the driveway. Currently, I believe it is just pavement. So it's just a way graphically of showing without overtaking the whole drawing with those brick pavers. It's just showing what is proposed there.
How far would that extend?
It would be the whole driveway. It's just graphically not shown. Yeah.
So the whole driveway within the property,
yes,
would become would be reworked with permeable pavers. Is that my understanding? Is it correct?
That is correct. Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Because that I don't think came across very well.
My question for you, Agent, this and just for your background and for those listening, the soft landscaping issue is one which is getting very, very sharp attention these days by the city and by the committee. It matters now in terms of climate change that each property do its very best to absorb stormwater in the case of, torrential rains. And so you're coming to us. The fact that these are existing conditions is one thing, but you are significantly deficient both front and rear. And I heard one of my colleagues suggesting a possible method by which you could mitigate your front yard deficiency, and I thought it had merit to it. Let's talk about the rear yard now. What can be done in the rear yard to try to improve the soft landscaping percentage?
So there actually is no, there's no variance required for rear yard landscaping.
Yeah.
I'm sorry if maybe I've got this wrong then. Oh, there is no rear variance.
No.
I
It's
apologize.
just front yard landscaping and front yard soft landscaping.
Pardon me. Okay. Very good. Well, all right then. I thought my colleague's suggestion with respect to mitigating that was a good one. And
Well, one of the things I might respond to that is that I believe that it's really I mean the change in the steps has nothing to do with the proposed addition. It's really you know, a construction thing. It may, I don't know this for sure, but typically when I see these things, it may actually be a building code issue where the existing stairs may not meet certain conditions, and a straight staircase might be the way to go, but I can't say for certain.
Mr. Clay, your question?
No, I was wondering if we were ready to go into committee, Chair.
I think we're at the stage now of going into committee on this one. And let's do that. Go ahead, Mr. Clay.
Yeah, I'll start. You know, I totally get, and everyone gets, the whole notion about trying to improve soft landscaping. I think the applicant has indicated that the current plans are going to actually increase from the existing, which I think is commendable. I'm just not sufficiently expert to be able to determine whether straightening those stairs or not is a good idea. I was heartened by the applicant's proposal to replace the driveway. I didn't realize he was replacing the driveway, but if he's going to replace it with permeable, I think that makes a fairly significant movement towards the kind of treatment that we're trying to achieve. I think to start splitting hairs and you know, reconfiguring stairs to get a couple, maybe another meter or so of soft landscaping, you know, isn't in the best interest of our time or the committee. That's just my view. So I'm comfortable with the application as presented. I think he, you know, the agent makes the appropriate point about, you know, enclosing the front porch is going to line it up more or less with the existing housing. It's already a deep lot. I thought the design was trying to be sympathetic to the streetscape, and, you know, with the addition of permeable pavers in the driveway, I'm not uncomfortable with this application. I'm prepared to make a motion to that effect, and if it fails, it fails. But I'm happy to move a motion to approve this application, subject to the inclusion of permeable pavers for the driveway.
Is there a second to that motion? It is seconded, Mr. Byatt. Moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please show hands. Those opposed? Let the record show that Mr. Nipfel is in dissent. The result is that the motion is carried and the application is so approved. Thank you. We move on to number 16. Number 16 is 23 Ferris Road. And on this application, before the panel are submitted materials, there's an arborist report and tree preservation plan. We have commenting reports from City Planning, TRCA, another from City Planning, and one from Ravine and Natural Feature Protection at Urban Forestry. So we'll ask the agent to join us, please, by stating your name.
Yes, Slobodan Vlahovic, designer for this project.
Very good. Okay, I'm going to check with the panel to see. Panel, any questions for this agent? Not hearing any, so at this stage, there are no questions, so we can take the application into committee.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, may I?
Go ahead.
I was trying to find my place here. I was just looking at site plan A01, At the front of the house, you've got a walkway indicated. If there's a new porch and stair, and the space somewhat below that, is that supposed to be some form of paving?
No, that's an indication of where the soil can be stored during construction.
I'm looking at on the side plan. It actually says something. I think it's WALK walk. Is that a walkway?
There's a walkway from the stairs going up towards the existing. The other hatching is not is an indication of what area has to be excavated.
Oh, I see. Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Let's go into committee now. All right. Ms. Chan, go ahead, please.
I just have a question. In the purpose clause, you are saying that by raising the existing main level, I just want to know how the entire main level is going to be raised.
So this is a question for you, applicant.
This is to the applicant.
So applicant, the question relates to the purpose and the main level.
Okay, the main level, the narrative here is a little strange. It's not a 3-story addition. It's really a 2-story addition. The 3rd story is the basement, which is not a story. So it's really a 2-story addition. It's a single-family residence.
No, my question is, how do you raise the entire floor? I just want to understand that.
Yeah, well, contractors is secure on raising that one floor to get that extra few inches for the basement.
For the basement?
Yes, he's willing to go to the expense of raising that floor.
Oh, it's just part of the ground floor is raised, not?
The ground floor, yes.
It's also the front part of it. Oh.
Yeah, it's a trade-off between underpinning the basement or raising the ground floor to the code requirements.
All right.
Any further questions for the agent before we go into committee? I'm not hearing any, so let's go into committee now. And Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is quite reasonable. The variances are reasonable, and the solution, I don't believe, introduces any negative impacts, with the exception perhaps of the raised deck at the back and the balcony. Planning has suggested that there be screening provided on the west side of the 2nd floor balcony. I would like to also suggest that there be the same screening provided on the west side of the now, is it considered the ground floor? Because you've changed the floors, I think it may be the 2nd floor, where the deck comes out at the back. Because it's raised, it has a privacy issue as well. Subject to those 2 screens, I think this is commendable application, and I'd support it.
Do you care to make a motion?
That is a motion, I'm sorry.
Okay. So.
Thank you.
Motion there, is that, Mr. Wyatt, are you seconding?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay, then, it is moved and seconded to approve, subject to the planning condition involving screening, and I think you've actually taken that condition another step forward, Mr. Nipfel? Another step?
Yes, to the, I don't know whether it's referred to as the ground floor deck, but the deck at the rear of the building, as it's raised.
Okay. It is so moved and seconded. Those in favor, please show of hands. Unanimous vote carries that motion. The application is approved. Number 17 is 86 Grenadier Road. Here the panel has before it simply the submitted materials plus 2 photographs of the property. We'll ask the agent to join us, please, by stating your name.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Tony Gaddy with Gaddy Brothers Consulting and Design Limited. We are located at 3151 Wolfdale Road in Mississauga.
Good afternoon to you. Okay, panel members.
Mr. Chairman, is this not one that we had a request for deferral?
Aha, thank you very much.
That is correct.
Yeah, that is correct. Thank you very much, Mr. Nipfel, for reminding me. Tell us, please, Mr. Gaddy, your reasoning and for the deferral request, please.
Absolutely. We started this process, the design process, with our clients back in late 2019, and as we all know, the world's changed significantly with post-COVID and supply chain issues, things being more expensive, and most recently the interest rate hike. So, and to add to that, my clients we've also engaged in an environmental building consultant because they're very interested in not going full passive house, but potentially implementing some elements of that. So all these things combined, they want to reevaluate the project and see if they want to keep it as is, if they want to scale it back, that sort of thing. So they really we're going to take a deep dive into it and see what the true costs are going to be so that they can make a proper assessment going forward with the project. So that's why we're asking for a deferral. We didn't want to go too far through the process and get the approval and then have to come back to the committee anyway. We do understand, and my clients do understand, that if there are any changes to the variances, that we may have to come back with a new application. So we're prepared to do that. We just felt that it just made more sense at this point to defer the application.
The question then arises whether a deferral is the right direction forward, because you're not going to be making any. Well, you could be making some changes, but you would rather defer than withdraw?
Yes, only through you, Mr. Chairman, only because we may not make any changes to the building envelope. We may keep the variance, and then just whatever changes in terms of whatever the environmental consultant comes up with, or any budgetary changes that the clients want to come up with, may in fact be more internal and finishings and that sort of thing. So we may be able to keep the overall footprint and maintain the variance.
Questions, panel, of the agent on reason for deferral? Okay, not hearing any. Okay, then let's take this request to defer into committee for a motion, please, or for Mr. Bayek, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I certainly would move the motion to defer. The explanation is quite a valid one.
Is there a second to that motion? It is seconded, Mr. Nipfel. Moved and seconded to defer. Those in favor show hands. And that motion carries. Unanimous vote. The application is deferred. Moving the panel along to number 18, 60 Willow. On 60 Willow Ave, we have before us submitted materials, supporting material from the agent, 24th of August, and correspondence in support from 58 Willow, Janet and Mike Barnard. That would appear to be the house next door. Okay, then let's have the agent join us, please.
Yes. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Leo Mastandre. I'm the agent for the owners at 60 Willow.
Good afternoon to you. Panel members, any questions here for the agent? I'm not hearing any. Okay then. No request for presentation, no questions. Let's take the application into committee. Ms. Chan, go ahead.
Yes, yes, I think this is a very straightforward application, and closed front porch is not uncommon on the street. So with no conditions, I move for approval.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clay, you're seconding? Mr. Clay seconds. Moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, show of hands. That vote is unanimous. The motion carries, and the application is approved. Number 19 is 20 Maynard Avenue. On this application, we shall ask the agent to join us, please.
Mr. Lee, you've been unmuted.
Hello, Mr. Lee, are you there?
Okay, we don't appear to have the agent with us. Okay, so let's just set this one to the side. Moderator, do we have, we show one person standing by in opposition to speak. That person standing by, but the agent not with us yet. Okay, let's simply set that one aside for a moment while we attempt to make contact with the agent, and we'll move on to number 20. Number 20 is... (484) Montrose Avenue. And on this application before us, we have simply the materials which were submitted with the application. So we'll ask this agent, please, to join us by stating your name.
Chair and panel, my name is Derek. I'm the homeowner.
Could you give us your full name, please?
Sure, my name is Derek Lai.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, then panel, questions for this agent? Not hearing any questions. We have read your materials, Mr. Lai. Is there any one thing that you'd like us to know about your application?
I think it's a pretty straightforward application with a rear extension of 2 stories. There was an existing kind of 1 story at the rear, and it was kind of constructed poorly on an angle, so wanting to really reconstruct that and build a better house here.
Got it. Mr. Byatt, question for the agent.
It's just a quick one. I'm looking at one of the drawings, and it's indicating your, I believe, 3rd floor balcony.
Right.
It suggests glass guard. Is there any screening on it that, because it's at a point where presumably it may overlook your neighbors?
Right. We are abutting a north lane, so I don't think that is a major concern. So there is quite a bit of distance to the abutting neighbor.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay then, Mr. Nipfel. Yes, go ahead.
I have the same question. What about on the south side? You're abutting a lane, but you're 3 stories up, so the overview over to the rear yards to the north is quite substantial. You've also got potentially overview to the property to the south as well. Is that not correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So I would be inclined to require that the approval, if there is one, be subject to providing 1.5 meter screening on both the north and the south edges of that. It's quite a substantial deck. I think deck's great, but I do think there's a privacy issue. Would you have difficulty with that condition?
The reason with the variance is that there is a 0.06 meter that's being within that setback. I think that was the concern of the variance.
Yeah, but that doesn't answer my question. I'm concerned with the 3rd floor deck having overview, and I'm inclined to suggest that I guess it's the north and the south sides of that deck have privacy screening, not just a guardrail, but privacy screening. And I was asking if you would have difficulty with that.
That should be fine.
Thank you.
Okay then, hearing no further questions, let's take the application into committee for a motion, please. Mr. Byatt, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to propose motion to approve with the conditions that Mr. Nipfel made reference to, and that is privacy screening on the, I believe it was north and south sides of the rear balcony on the third floor.
Very good. Is there a second to that motion? It is seconded. Ms. Chan. Moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please show hands. That vote is unanimous. It carries the motion, and the application is so approved. We shall now circle back to number 19 and determine whether or not contact is possible with the agent.
Mr. Lee, you've been unmuted.
Hello? So, moderator, you do show Mr. Lee, he's there, but for some reason he's not able to join us. He's unmuted. Okay. I'm going to give you a chance to figure this technical problem out, because we need to be able to talk to him.
Through you, Mr. Chair, have we tried to call Mr. Lee on the phone?
So, panel and those watching, we're just trying to establish contact here with the agent. And I know there is someone standing by here in opposition. Be patient, please. We know you're there, and we're hoping very much here to be able to connect with the agent.
Mr. Lee, can you hear us? You've been unmuted.
Okay, moderator? Sure. Okay, we have an option here to simply set this one aside until the beginning of the next segment of the hearing. My only concern with that is the fact that we have an opposition speaker registered. And I'm sorry that person has had to stand by it to this length of time, but
through you, Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
Is there any way that we can just speak to Peter now that we have him on the line to make sure that he can join the hearing after 2 p.m. today?
Let's do that. Okay, so moderator, I'll ask you to unmute the person who is standing by.
Hello, is this Peter? Hello, Peter?
Peter, can you hear us?
Okay, perhaps we can mute Peter then.
Let's
Have
mute-
we attempted to contact Mr. Lee on the phone?
Yes,
Okay.
I did several times.
Okay, thank you.
We have him here, but and he's unmuted, but we cannot hear him.
We can't hear him. Okay, great.
Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, at this stage, I'm inclined to set this one aside for the first item on our afternoon. We can come back to it to see if in the meantime contact can be made with the agent, and I think that's the best we can do at this stage.
Sure, and through you, Mr. Chair, what we'll do is attempt to email both Mr. Lee and Mr. Harvinson just to ensure that they'll be on the call at 2 p.m. or when
Very-
we resume. Okay.
Very, very good. So where are we now? Yes, and we will be able to begin at 2 p.m. We're 1:07 now. So we have concluded the first portion of the agenda. So we'll now recess until 2 p.m. And when we pick up at 2 p.m., we shall begin with number 1920 Maynard Avenue in the hopes that we'll be able to connect with the parties between now and then. Yes?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think we have the agent now.
Okay, that'll be better.
Hello?
Mr. Don Lee, can you hear us?
Yes, I'm listening. Hello?
Hello, state your name, please.
Hello? Can you hear me?
I do hear you. You're with the committee now. Please state your name.
Okay, my name is Don Lee, an architect for the owner.
Okay.
Of 20 Maynard Avenue.
Very good. Just stand by for a moment. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
So, moderator, we can proceed now, and you can see if you can make contact with the person in opposition to let them know that the amended plan is to go ahead and hear the application now. So be standing by. Okay, we're hearing that too. So, okay, let's go back to. So we'll go back now to Mr. Lee.
Yes.
Mr. Lee, very good. Glad to have you with us. Panel members, we'll assume there is someone standing by in opposition to speak. So, Mr. Lee, you have 5 minutes to present your application to the panel. Go ahead now, please.
Okay. Okay. This property has 15 bachelor units and one huge unit with a floor area of around 3,000 square feet. So there is a total of 16 units. And the average unit floor area is more than 37 square meters, which are within the limit by the zoning requirement. Now, our proposal is to divide the huge unit into 3 smaller bedroom units of 1,000 square feet. The other 15 units are not changed at all. So there will be 18 units total in the property. And this is our first minor variance because it is over 16 units. With this change, the average floor area per unit will then become 32.95 square meters, which is under the 37 square meter minimum zoning requirement. So this is the second minor variance. However, the total gross floor area of the building is not changed except for additional fire egress stairs behind the building. This is a straightforward application. And there are many similar properties which have over 16 units and under the minimum average unit area in this block. Please look at my supporting material. Can you show up my supporting material, please?
The comparables, yes, we'll see. Just to stand by for a second while we try to pull that up.
When were these supporting materials submitted?
Maybe 2 days ago.
They show on my list of late submissions, submitted 29 August. As was correspondence from Lana Windsor at 20 Maynard Avenue, number 204.
Yeah, that is actually my client, the owner of the property, told me that is I don't know where, but he said it's not a real letter. That is a fake letter. He said because their tenant in their tenant list, there's no person that kind of name.
There's that person. Okay, they're saying that person doesn't.
Yeah.
Let's just go back and review that. So,
the owner of the property told me this morning, the person in 12-4 is not that person.
It's not Lana Windsor.
So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very
and
good.
also, even if it is true, I think I've read that. Even if it is true, it has nothing to do with our issue for now.
Let's see if we can pull up the comparables. They may have been submitted so late that we're not going to be able to access them. Well, we do have them now. Okay, here it is.
Yes.
Go ahead with your presentation, please.
Yes. In the middle of the center, there's a red dot is our property, 20 Maynard Avenue. And according to this, the same avenue, there's an upper part, 22 Maynard Avenue, which has 36 bachelor units. And the next 28 Maynard Avenue, that has 20 bachelors, all over 16 units. And the bottom part, there's a 10 Maynard Avenue, that is that has over 25 bachelor's units. And the bottom, that 5 Glen Road, which has 18 bachelor units. And the right side, there's 116 Spencer Avenue, which has over 30 bachelor's units, all in a residential area. So besides, there's a few more, so 40 BT Avenue, 25 units, and 1371 King Street West, there's over 25 units, and 149 Cowan Avenue, there's over 25 units, and 2 Lexington Avenue, that is over 25 units.
Mr. Lee.
Like that, there are similar cases. Yes.
Mr. Lee, I must ask for your final comments now, please.
Yes. So this owner of the property is pretty very senior, so he has to move on to his son's house and out of town, and then they cannot sell this moment for this property. So in the backside, that is, which I mentioned, the 3,000 square feet huge unit.
Your time is up now.
That should be divided.
Okay, thank you. Your time is up.
Yes. Thank you.
And we do have the person standing by in opposition with us now. Peter's with us. Very good. Peter's, join us, please, by stating your name.
If you're satisfied with your message, press 1. To listen to your message, press 2.
Chair, while we're waiting for the speaker to get connected, could I ask a question?
Put your question to the agent. Go ahead.
So I'm mostly focusing in on the square footage, the average square footage of the units. You're asking for some relief from what the site-specific bylaw had provided for 20 years ago. Now, are you actually changing the size of any of the existing 15 units?
Mr. Lee?
No change here. Hello?
Mr. Lee, that question is for you.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, there's no change. The existing 15 units, including the big, huge unit, now is going to be 18 units with our proposal.
Well, what I'm trying to get at is the site-specific bylaw under which you were allowed to subdivide this house into several units requires that the average square footage for those units is no less than 37 square meters. And
yes.
You're now asking for a variance which reduces that average to 32.95, yet you're adding two larger units, which actually should increase the average, I would think. So I'm a little concerned. I'm confused, I guess, as to the existing units appear to be less, on average, appear to already be less than the 37 required under the site-specific bylaw. So help me if I'm not understanding that properly.
Mr. Lee? Mr. Lee?
Guys, am I reading that properly?
I share your I'm also confused here about whether we're actually looking at existing situations or what's going on. I'm not sure, but the question.
I was under the impression when he started that he said, and I'm confused now, I was under the impression that he talked about taking a large unit and subdividing it into three. And I'm looking at the floor plans and I don't understand, half of the floor plan is hatched and half of the floor plan isn't. So I'm actually concerned or not clear about what exactly he's doing.
Yeah, it looks like he's adding two larger units, not, and it doesn't, he's not removing any of the existing units from what at least that's the way I understand it.
Do you think those two larger units are actual new construction?
Well, that's what I think we're trying to find out from the agent, and we need a little bit more clarity.
We sure do. Mr. Lee?
Yes. There's not a new building. So here, the owner of the property has been living here in 50 years, he said to me.
That's not our question to you. Our question to you is, I'm going to break it down a little bit. Our question to you is, number one, what new construction does your proposal involve? What construction?
Yeah, okay. Can I answer?
Go ahead.
Yes. The new construction is in the backside fire egress stairs. Only that one.
Only.
And the alteration is inside. Make them 3 units.
Okay, I'm going to belabor this. I want to know, I didn't understand quite what the answer is. What new construction? Are the two larger units, are they new construction or do they exist already?
Okay, a new, in the back side is one big unit is existing. Now we are going to make it smaller into 3 units, each floor. So currently that backside huge unit is using basement, ground floor, and second floor as a 1 unit.
So you're going to take a large unit and make it smaller into 3 small units?
Yes, exactly.
And how about the other, so you talk about 2 new, larger units. Where, do they exist already? Or are they new construction?
Okay. Front side, which has a hatched area of the building, that is 15 units existing. And the left side, which is the back side of the building, that is one huge unit, existing one unit. Now we're gonna change it into 3 smaller units. So that's why.
Can I interrupt? Sorry. So the plan that we've got indicates that the large unit at the back is proposed. So you're saying that's not the case. Is that correct?
That's the case. We are changing that side only. Front side, hatched area, we don't touch anything.
Where's the drawing that shows what happens on the left side?
That is currently, this is on the thick line is the proposed plan. Page is on the floor plans.
Okay, so
that is each floor is in 2 units. Yes.
Can I clarify? So I think what you're saying is the current structure is kind of divided. The front portion is 15 bachelor units. The rear portion currently is first and second story, and the basement are a single unit that the owner is currently in. And what the owner wants to do is convert that rear part of the building from a single unit into 3. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So help me now again get back to the floor, the square footage per unit. Is the reason that you're looking for relief because the 37 square meters per unit included the single family dwelling at the back?
Yes.
Okay, so if you subdivide that into now 3, that changes the per unit square footage from 37 now down to 32.
Exactly.
Okay. Okay, that's helpful. At least we now understand, I think, better what you're proposing.
Okay, at this stage, I'm going to go, and we're going to see if we have the person registered in opposition available to us now. We're just going to do a test on that to see if we have a voice message or the real person. Please go ahead, moderator.
Peter, can you hear us? Mr. Harvison.
No, I can hear you. I can't speak.
Okay, we do have the person. We just have to get some other devices probably turned off. Hello?
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 Hi. I just had trouble. I got removed.
Okay, moderator, could you see if you can get the speaker to turn off other devices or whatever needs to be done to get clarity, please?
Peter, if you are connecting through other devices, please turn them off.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Hi.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to get participate in the meeting, and I just got cut off.
Okay, Peter, you're with us now. Don't change anything. Don't change anything.
Can I speak now?
Yes, first of all, you got to state your name, and then we are very interested to hear what you have to say. State your name, please.
Okay, my name is Peter Harbison. I'm a tenant of the building next door to the building under application right now.
Go ahead, you have 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'm in the next apartment, which the present owner, perhaps not as the corporate unit, but the principals of the apartment Charuna Limited or whatever it's called, they owned the apartment, and I used to live under their landlordship.
What is your concern? Go ahead with the reasons for your concern. The reason why you called.
My concern is that I have two concerns mainly. One is that this is not a minor change to me. It's a 11% shrinkage of the square footage that the Toronto government has considered to be the appropriate size for all the units. 11% is not a minor thing. If I'm 72 inches tall and I lose 11%, I'm down to around 5.5, 5'4" inches. That's
The
not
panel
a minor
understands,
amount.
Peter, the panel understands percentages. Yes, we understand. How does that impact you? How does it impact you?
Well, the impact is that there are people under more stress because their apartments are small next door to me, and I don't like that. I don't. There's enough trouble in this area as it is. There's no backyard. There's no room for people to participate. The people who the existing tenants in that building are not allowed to use the facilities in the back that were there, the small facilities. So there'll be more people in the area. So I object to it on strictly legal and I also want to point out that the landlord is not particularly good at construction, very sloppy, and I don't know who will be carrying out the works there, but someone should make certain if they are allowed to proceed or proceed in a modified fashion that they are properly supervised, because they leave stuff lying around that's hazardous to tenants. They leave their garbage lying around. They don't put it away. So I think that will affect me. But I think just for the purposes of following the bylaw, that they should not be allowed to say this is a minor variance when it's not. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's see if anyone has a question for you. Any questions, panel? Hearing none. Thank you, Peter.
I don't have any questions. That's it. I just wanted to get my 2 bits in.
Ms. Chen, do you have a question for the speaker? Go ahead.
Yes, I have a question to the agent, please.
Okay, we're going back to the agent in a second.
Yes.
Okay, so Peter, thanks for your patience and for hanging on there, and we're glad that we heard from you. We're going back now.
Okay, I had a lot of trouble. Okay, this is my first time to try to do this.
Thank you. Goodbye. Let's go back now to the agent who will have a chance to respond.
My question is the average size of
Ms.
the
Chan,
tenants.
we're just going to see if the agent has any response to what the person in opposition had to say.
Oh, sorry. Okay, I can.
Do we have Mr. Lee again?
Yes, I'm here.
Mr. Lee, a couple of concerns there raised by a tenant next door.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any response to that?
Basically, the backyard use is for for a long time. That backyard is used by owner only, because the front side, 15 units are not changed at all, and then they are using front yard from the street.
So is the backyard going to open up now to the tenants?
Yeah. Open up to the tenant technically, but for a long time that is only by owners exclusively used.
But so it's the backyard is going to be opened up for the use of the building tenants in the future when the owner moves away.
Yes, right.
Thank you. Other questions for the agent now? Ms. Chan, go first.
Yes, my question is, how big is your smallest unit? I see the bachelor, the average size from your drawings is below 200 square feet. It's averaging about 150 to 180 square feet. So what is the smallest size of units? Do you know?
Yeah, in this particular area, it is a very common.
No, that's not the
plan,
question.
but,
No, that's not the question. The question is, in your building that you're proposing to us, what is the size of the smallest unit, the area?
Actual unit is on, as you can see in the plan. Hold on a second. There's an 200 square feet. 100 smallest is a 170. Hold on. And the 15 units, we have to find that in the basement, 156 square feet.
Thank you.
And the BO4 unit.
Thank you very much. There's the 156 square feet is the smallest unit.
So, Chair,
Mr. Clay.
I had the same kind of question. Following on that, and I'd appreciate anyone's advice that might help me. 156 square feet is 14.5 square meters. It would seem to me that that is less than what the bylaw requires of being the minimum square feet per individual dwelling is not supposed to be less than 18.2 square meters. Now, if my math is correct, that unit, and it looks like a couple of others, are below the threshold that's set out in the bylaw. If that's the case, I'm concerned about that.
So am I.
I also have the same thing because it's kind of misleading to add to have two large units because the majority of the units are bachelors and they are all below the average size. Even they're asking for 32.95, but way below what is required, 37 square meters.
Let's take this application into committee now. I think we're ready now for discussion internally and moving toward a motion that way. So, any other, Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Just some observations, and I think the drift of our conversation is already there. One of my concerns always is, we're dealing with human beings that are in some ways almost being warehoused, and the idea of a 150 square foot home, the old expression, it may not be big enough to swing a cat in. And I find that to be very disturbing, that we're actually, instead of improving the homes of individuals that need it most, we may be in the process of setting a precedent for reducing that. So on that note, I'm not too happy with the application.
Thank you. Mr. Clay.
Yeah,
follow on Mr. Nipfel. Go ahead, Mr. Clay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No. You go first and followed by Mr. Nipfel. Pardon me, Larry.
I don't think any of us are discounting the need for responsible rooming houses. They are a feature and a function of rental accommodation in the city. I think the city has tried to do its best to license these, and in doing so, rightly, I think we have certain minimum standards. And I'm a little bit concerned that this application before us doesn't meet those minimum standards, at least as set out in the site-specific bylaw. And that actually troubles me in many ways. I don't think anyone wants to remove rental accommodation, even rooming houses. They do, as I say, perform an important function in the city. but I'm uncomfortable about approving something which on the surface of it appears to be in contravention not only to the bylaw, but perhaps even, you know, licensing provisions for rooming houses. So I don't think I don't have enough information to counter that view. And as a result, I cannot support this application.
Thank you. Mr. Nipfel? Mr. Nipfel?
I had a similar conclusion. I got to it in a different way. I frankly don't feel comfortable even voting on this one because I'm not sure that I'm correct but I believe that the minimum sizes are not provided here. But short of going through a lot more information than I've got before me, I'm not 100% sure that I've got the accurate information. So I'm really not comfortable voting on this. I'd be inclined to defer it so that we get clarification, or I would also support turning it down because I don't think what we have before us is convincing.
And from my point of view, I know because it's we've determined that the average unit here is 30 is about 4 meters squared less than the required. So I'm not comfortable with this application. I'd be in favor of refusing it. Ms. Chan?
Yes, I want to add my comment also. As I said, it is actually misleading because the majority of this building is filled with very small bachelor apartments. They're not asking, when you look at the variance number 2 is very misleading. I think that I cannot support as it is.
I look to panel for a motion, please.
So, Chair, I'm happy to move a motion. I think outright refusal would be appropriate in this instance because I think in order for this to come back to us, I think we need better information, not only from the applicant, but from city staff to determine whether this is an appropriate application or not. So I'm inclined to move a motion to refuse.
Motion to refuse. Is there a second? Second by Ms. Chan. You're seconding, Ms. Chan? Yes. Moved and seconded. Therefore, to refuse. All those in favor of that motion, please show hands. And that's a unanimous vote to carry the motion. The application is refused. And with that, we complete the morning agenda. At this point, let's see, we're 1:40. Staff, are you okay with returning at, say, 2:30, 2:35?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we're okay with starting at 2:30.
2:30. Okay then, so we shall recess until 2:30 p.m. and we are in recess now. Thank you.
Thank you.